Okay. Should be live now. Let me see, make sure this is okay. The audio's working. So I am streaming on what was the Tech Thursdays computer, but I moved it over to the OLED now. So this is actually on the OLED. Not sure. So I think we're gonna keep using the other computer for Tech Thursdays going forward. This one was the Tech Thursdays computer for a short while, for like a month and a half. And now it's been moved over. Hey Software Tools. Hey RK. Good evening. Hey Sig. Hey Mark. So I was trying to find like what's a good memory kit. There's so many people that were asking about memory kits yesterday that it got me wondering like what is a good memory kit besides the ones that I always talk about. Especially Expo kits, because I actually don't use Expo kits for like higher speeds. Anything above 6,000. So this is the ROG Crosshair Hero. This is the X870E. You can tell because down the bottom left on my, I call it the floor camera because this camera is sitting on the floor. It's just staring at the side of the computer. So this is the 9800X3D, the computer, the CPU that everybody wants to get right now. Micro Center restocked, and I'm pretty sure most Micro Centers have them in stock. So if you live near a Micro Center, you can easily build a 9800X3D computer. Now the challenge, for those of you that are, ooh, this guy's got the mount from the Savage. Wow. So for those of you that are near a Micro Center or can get near a Micro Center, let me screenshot this guy's thing. That's such a cool mount. The challenge is actually the motherboard that you want. Like if you want a specific motherboard, that is actually the challenge, not the CPU. Now, if you're not near Micro Center, I guess if they're on Amazon, just make sure if you're buying it on Amazon, make sure you're buying it from Amazon, not from a third-party scalper. Don't be overpaying for these things. I trust my audience knows how to get these parts. Hey Rio. Nero, you have no idea what good DDR5 is. Good DDR5, I'm trying to find DDR5 that's 1.35 volts and can go up to 8,000. Typically 6,000. I'm looking for like a decent 6,000 or 6,400 kit. Like a 48 gigabyte kit. So that's 2x24. Either of those. These are like the rare mounts these guys have. This one's got the Tron bike. That's the Tron bike. And then this one is extremely rare. Dominator. Corsair Dominators. Is water cooling the RAM overkill, or maybe a good idea with the new RAM? Water cooling, so if you're running your RAM at like 1.45 volts, at the very least, it should have active cooling. It should have a fan directly over the RAM. Otherwise, liquid cooling is not a bad idea if you're running your RAM at 1.45 volts or higher. Not sure how to look at DDR5 timings to know Anything close to 200 when you do the math. So that you take the big number and you divide it by the little number. So for example, 6,000 divided by 30. If it's DDR5-6000, CL30, or cache latency 30, so that would be 6,000 divided by 30. That's going to be 200. That's very good RAM. So anything 200 or better is anything above 200 is very good. Anything that's close to 200 is good, and 200 is like ideal. So like 6,000 CL30 or 8,000 CL40. 8,000 divided by 40 is equal to 200. So that's how that's the rule of thumb that I use when looking for RAM. To carry this crate all the way. And hopefully not get attacked by monsters. You're planning on doing a custom loop? Well, if you do that, let me know, because that'll be very interesting to see the results of what the memory temperatures are under liquid. See, the reason why what challenges RAM to be stable is the temperature more than anything. So once RAM goes above 55 degrees Celsius, it's very hard to be stable at that temperature. So if you liquid cool that, you keep that thing below like 45 Celsius, you can probably overclock whatever RAM you have on there pretty far. Now I've never done liquid cooling on RAM, so I don't actually know what to expect. But I just know that RAM tends to be temperature limited most of the time. If the voltage is too high, you can fry the chips though, so obviously there's an upper limit. But the colder it is, the more tolerant it is to higher voltage. This mount is too big that it's sometimes really hard to navigate. You don't get the Godlike until... Did you order it from Amazon? Yeah, Amazon is not going to ship the Godlike until January. Wait, the 9800 X3D? Is it even possible to buy it from Amazon? I thought they were sold out. Yeah, it doesn't have to be 200. So, for example, 6,000 divided by 32, that would be like 187.5. That's still very good. Plenty of good DDR5 CL30 and 6048 or 64. 2 sticks. Yeah, I think a lot of people, a lot of the enthusiast crowd are moving to 64 gigabytes of RAM. I really think 48 gigabytes shouldn't be overlooked though. Especially if you want to run your RAM at high speed. 48 at 8000 is a very good choice. Especially for a 9800 X3D. Because a 9800 X3D, the minimum amount of RAM is 32 gigabytes. So if you go to 48, that's good. 64 is just as good. But unless you're doing a whole bunch of stuff that needs a lot of RAM, like I don't really... We're at a point now where 64 is not necessary by any means for most builds. So that's why I kind of think 48 is it's a good medium between like 64 at 6000 or 6400. If you want to go faster than that, you're kind of stuck at staying on 48. So I think 48 is a good choice for several reasons. Mainly because it's single rank. And you can double up to 96. I don't think AM5 is going to need more than 96 gigabytes for the entire duration of this socket's lifetime. Unless you're using it for like HEDT, which in most scenarios, people that are doing that would be much better off with Threadripper in the long run. So I really don't think 96... I really don't see AM5 needing more than 96 gigabytes. I think that's going to be where it caps out before AM6 shows up. Which means anyone who really wants to run 4 sticks of memory should aim for 4 times 24. It's easier to... You can basically... It's plug and play to run 6000 with 4 sticks if you're sticking to single rank. It's when you go to dual rank is when it becomes a problem. But I know there's a whole bunch of people that for whatever reason want 128 gigabytes of RAM. I don't know why, because that's really like workstation territory right there. People who want that much RAM should probably be on a quad channel platform, which is Threadripper. On Black Friday, you got the cheap Triforce. They do 64 on air. I think we're gonna level up from this. A notion of promotion. Alright, leveled up from that, and then this is gonna get the next story of this. Threadripper platform. Fair currency is not feasible unless you're basically in the top 10%. Yeah, but most people that need to do what I was describing, like they need the RAM for some specific use case, it's probably for some kind of small business application. Meaning it would be for a business or a small business, not for an individual. I mean, if it's for an individual, it's for the individual's own business. The way I see Threadripper is actually meant for, like, a small business. I don't think an individual really needs a Threadripper. Unless they're just a hobbyist that wants to do, like, big number crunching sort of things. Threadripper would be for medium to large business. What about Epic? What would Epic be for, then? Because that's what I think of for medium businesses or large businesses. Because Epic is basically server territory. That's the big money market right there. Let's put it this way. When I think of Threadripper, I think of a small business. Meaning, you don't necessarily need to have C-level employees. When I think of Epic, Epic has C-level employees. Does anybody here know what C-level means? Or C-suite? You know what C-suite or C-level employees are? You guys know what that means? DeKid 192. 192 gigabytes of RAM. Just subscribed. Nice. Yeah. CEO, CFO, CIO, CTO, CRO, etc. COO, yeah. The top of the company, basically. The top decision makers. Companies that have people with those job titles, they typically would have Epic for some whatever IT needs. Some sort of server that has an Epic CPU, or maybe an Intel Xeon CPU. Either one is fine. Regional, wow, okay. Hey JJ, Silicon Power DDR5 32 gigabyte Zenith 6000 RAM is showing unknown. Unknown for what? Like, where is it showing unknown? In the BIOS? I wouldn't worry about it. It just means that it's probably not on the QVL list. As long as it's working. The economy's real. As long as it can read the SPD profile, it doesn't matter. Wow, yeah, that is a problem. Brain drain is a lot of problems that countries face. Yeah, that is a problem. See, the challenge for those countries is their governments need to come up with incentives. I mean, obviously this is my opinion on this, but they need to create incentive for their own citizens to stay. And number one, they have to have a stable government. They have to have the rule of law. You know, that has to be enforced. Otherwise, people are gonna want to leave. You know, like if there's no sense of, if it's chaotic, if there's corruption, I mean, it could be various things. All of the above, that's gonna cause citizens to want to leave. But the other thing about brain drain is sometimes it's just people have that image of the grass is always greener on the other side. Whether or not it's actually true or if it's just in their mind. So it could have nothing to do with their home country or the government in that home country. It could just be like their own desire to leave for whatever idealistic reason it is. Software to check the RAM temperature, hardware info 64. Or hardware monitor. Hardware monitor is lighter weight. Hardware info 64 is more taxing in terms of like polling against the hardware. Hardware monitor is made by the same people that made CPU-Z. CPU-Z is one of the most useful applications if you want to quickly just look and see if to see what your CPU is, to see what your motherboard is, to see what your BIOS version is. Although you technically don't need CPU-Z to find the BIOS version or any of that stuff. You can literally just use Task Manager for the CPU and the RAM amount. And you can use, well, Task Manager will tell you your GPU temperature. But you can use Windows sysinfo 32 to show you your BIOS version without downloading CPU-Z. I almost said CPU-X, because I was using Linux earlier this week, and on Linux it's CPU-X instead of CPU-Z. Which X870 motherboard for overclocking you suggested to me? Whichever one you want that's going to be able to do whatever overclock you want to do. Like, are you going to do ECLK? If you're going ECLK, that limits you to the more expensive motherboards. If you don't care about ECLK, then you can get whichever one you want, really. As long as it's 8-layer PCB, assuming you want to do RAM overclocking. Basically, if you're going to do RAM overclocking, you need to get an 8-layer PCB or better. And if you want to do, like, hardcore CPU overclocking, meaning you want all the CPU overclocking capability, you need to get a motherboard that has ECLK. Otherwise, if you don't care about either of those and you just want to use PBO and Curve Optimizer and Curve Shaper, then you can get whatever motherboard you want. How many sticks? Ooh, we got ambushed. Oh boy. Man, Astrologian's weak. What is his weapon? This is still one of the best weapons for this level. Oh, because I'm supposed to be playing Yu-Gi-Oh! I draw the next card. I forgot I'm supposed to be using the moves. of the Astrologen. How many sticks of RAM am I running in this computer? 2. We're running 96 gigabytes. 2 times 48. So I swapped CPUs today. The CPU that was in here was originally the 7950X3D. The 9800X3D was in my Gigabyte Aorus Master. I decided to swap them. So the Gigabyte Aorus Master, this one with the Gigabyte has 64 gigabytes of RAM, running at 5600. That was on 2 sticks of memory. But I decided to switch it to, let me see, let's do the Ewer. I decided to switch the 9000 so that it's in a 870 motherboard instead of a 670 motherboard. So I put my 7950X3D in the Gigabyte Aorus Master, because that's X670E. And then I moved this into this one. That's why there's so much RAM, because this was supposed to be for a 16-core CPU. I don't normally do 96 gigs of RAM on an 8-core CPU. That's just like way too much. But it is what's in here. A cheap ITX. The problem is the ITX boards are not that cheap. None of the ITX boards are actually cheap. There are a lot more cheaper ATX boards than there are ITX. I mean, you guys can see the computer down here. There it is. There it is. ROG. ROG. It just does ROG over and over again, and the giant Noctua NH-D15 blocking the memory so you guys can't see the RAM. Oh, how wonderful those air coolers are. The air coolers are so big that they cover up all the memory, so you can't see any of that RAM. At least you can see the ROG. You don't like the way the ROG screen looks? So, originally, fun fact about the ROG logo, when I first built this computer on stream, the original BIOS from the factory had a arguably better looking ROG animation that was playing on there. But when I updated the BIOS during the stream, it changed the animation to what it shows now. So that's why it looks the way it does now. The original animation had different color. It was very RGB. This one is very monochromatic. So it really changed it because it did an EC firmware update, and that changed the default behavior of the ROG. What are those random codes? That is my CPU temperature. The ASUS motherboard will show you your CPU temperature on the postcode debug after you're in the operating system. So that 46 that you see, 45, that is the temperature of the 9800X3D while playing Final Fantasy XIV. And this is on a Noctua NH-D15 air cooler. Standard edition. Well, this is a Chromax edition. No, you can't change the animation. I think if you have ASUS's software, you can change the colors of it, maybe? Because maybe at some point, I just don't care to install ASUS's software, so I just let it be default the whole time. But I'm pretty sure you can change the color scheme, because I kind of want to change it back to the way it was before the BIOS update. Because if you go and watch my live stream for when I built the Crosshair Hero, you will see when I first did the initial boot, the animation that plays on that screen is completely different. It looks like Las Vegas. Now it looks like New York on like New Year's Eve. So we went from Las Vegas to New York City, like with a BIOS update. That's basically what happened to the ROG panel. You want to see what it originally looked like? Go back and watch my live stream build of the ROG. Because I kind of prefer the original look. Although this one's not bad. This one looks very downtown, you know, like glass tower, skyscraper city. It's got that kind of vibe. It's got like, what's that one movie with the Tyrell company? Like, Blade Runner. It looks very Blade Runner now. Before it looked like it was something out of Vegas. So you guys can see why you don't need a liquid cooler. For the 9800 X3D, I'm using an air cooler. Now granted, this air cooler is equal to a 280 AIO. A 280 AIO will rival the Noctua D15. So this is kind of like a... This is why 240 AIOs, 280 AIOs, they're a waste of money. They're pointless. You start at 360 and you go up from there. Otherwise, you just stay with air. The air cooler really breaks the immersion. Well, the air coolers are quieter and they're way more practical. Liquid coolers are noisier than air coolers. So if you want your computer to be dead silent, air cooler. Big air cooler. Dual skyscraper air cooler. Or what I call dual fin stack. Like a D15. Or a thermal right, whatever it was called. I forget the name. And then the Deepcool AK620. I mean, the proof is right there. 45 degrees Celsius while playing a game. While playing a CPU-heavy game, too, at that. This is an MMO. Aren't the 360 AIOs heavier than the air coolers? No, because the liquid coolers have the pump noise. That high frequency whining sound from the pump. You don't have that noise. That's the only reason why the liquid coolers are louder. The fans on the AIOs are also louder than the fans on the Noctua D15, the one that I have right here. These fans top out at 1500 RPM. 1500 RPM is not going to be very loud. Air cooler or liquid coolers, like a 360 AIO, like the Deepcool LT720 that I have, that thing's fans can get up to like 2400 RPM. 2400 RPM is a lot louder than 1500 RPM. See, when people talk about like how loud, like I don't like when reviewers only give you the decibel number. The decibel number is kind of like misleading. I care more about the RPM number. I want to know how fast the fan is actually spinning. Because how fast the fan is spinning and also how large the fan is will give you a much better idea of how loud the cooler will be. Thermalright Phantom Spirit barely makes any noise whatsoever. Yeah, none of the air coolers make a lot of noise. The liquid coolers are way noisier. Way noisier. And it's mainly the pump. The pump makes noise. When it's idling, you can still hear the pump. But you can't really hear, like, the fans over the case fans. Now, if the AIO has to ramp up the fans, like if you start running Cinebench, start looping Cinebench R23, and then you will hear the AIO's air fans, like the radiator fans. And those things are loud. Those things get way louder than the fans on a air cooler. Yeah. They also a 360 AIO has 120. It has three 120 millimeter fans. So those are smaller fans than what's on the Noctua D15. The Noctua D15 has 140 millimeter fans. So the D15 is more like a 420 AIO in terms of how big the fans are. That's the other thing too. It has larger fans than a 360's fans. And it has no pump, so it doesn't have the pump whine. Trust me, I've built so many computers, I can tell which ones are louder. If you want a silent computer, you go air cooler. It's that simple. You go high efficiency, like a 9800 XTX, it barely uses any power, and you stick a big fat air cooler on it, and that's it. That is going to beat any AIO any day of the week in terms of noise. I mean, you guys saw me build the 9800 X3D. I originally built this thing with a liquid cooler, but like I said in the stream, I'm not going to keep it that way. And sure enough, now we have it on air, and it's going to stay on air for the entire duration, and I'll continue using it. The liquid cooler that was on here, that thing is now on the 9950X with the MSI Godlike. But I don't know what I'm going to do with that. I'll probably just leave it there, mainly because I don't have any other cooler to put on there. Like, I'm out of coolers. I've built... So I have the Deepcool LT720. That's with the Godlike. So that's cooling a 9950X. That's for Tech Thursdays. We have this gaming computer, which has the ROG Crosshair with a D15 and the 9800 X3D. And the other computer is the Intel Core Ultra. The Intel Core Ultra has a Noctua D14. So it has an older air cooler, which is a little bit worse than this one. But it performs and sounds very similar. Alright, Gabriel, good night. I mean, this is it, guys. This is the gaming temperature. 45 degrees Celsius. 44 degrees Celsius. That's how hot it gets while playing a CPU-bound MMO. Just to give you guys an idea. And this is on an air. This is on air. That just goes to show how efficient the 9800 X3D is. If you don't mind me asking, what capture card are you using for your stream? For this stream, I'm not using a capture card at all. I'm just playing the computer. The capture card is with the Godlike. Oh, but if you want to know what capture card... We're not using it, but here it is. This is the capture card that I use. This is the one that I use. For the PlayStation 5 Pro. This is it. This is it. It's in the description of the video. But if you want to use this capture card, you must have an X870 or X870E motherboard. Or if you don't have one of those motherboards, you must have a Thunderbolt add-in card or a Thunderbolt port on your motherboard. So this capture card, it only works with X870, X870E, and Intel's new Z890, because Intel's Z890 for Intel Core Ultra features Thunderbolt 4, and this works with that as well. So this works with the new Intel motherboards and the new AMD motherboards, but it does not work with the old. So okay, I take that back. It depends on the old motherboard. If you have a X670E that or B650E that had USB 4 as optional standard equipment, it'll work with those. So that would be, for example, the X670E Crosshair Hero, the X670E Crosshair Extreme, the B650 ASRock Tai Chi, the X670E ASRock Tai Chi. All of these motherboards included USB 4 via an Intel Thunderbolt add-in card. So those will also support this capture card, but those are very few. There are other ones like the X670E Aorus Master. It does not have Thunderbolt natively, but you can add it by getting Gigabyte's Titan Ridge Thunderbolt 3 add-in card. So, but I mean, that's the capture card that I use. You don't have to use that one. That's just the best one. Like, you can get the Elgato 4KX, although I'm not a big fan of Elgato because from my experience using them, their software is very buggy. So I don't know how good the new Elgato stuff is. I've heard that it's pretty good, but I don't have any first-hand experience using it. Does open frame case needs fan? What is an open case frame? Open frame case? What do you mean? What's an open frame case? Like a test bench case? Can you take a look at my case and see if it needs fans? What is open? When I think of open frame, I think of like the Cooler Master test bench case. Is that what that is? Or am I thinking of something else? I'm not sure what an open, like, I think I know what an open frame case is, but I'm not sure. You're gonna have to, like, what is the model number? Like, I don't know what open frame. Live my X670E. Love my X670E. Picked it up on a great deal. Now it houses the 90. Which X670E? Was it the Aorus Master? The X670E Aorus Master is like on a really good deal right now. $379 at Micro Center. Last I checked. That's probably the best deal that I could think of. There's also, like, I think the X670 Aorus Elite. That's another good one, except that one doesn't have PCI Gen 5 on the graphics card slot. It's something else. My case is a thermal take. I mean, in general, you would want to get case fans, I would assume. Even if it's open frame. Because you need to have airflow directed at the electronics. Even if it's open test bench doesn't mean that it can't benefit from a fan. People be using the most esoteric cases from the most unheard of companies. I don't know what case is it. What case? Card box is the yeah. Can you imagine? You know how when you buy a computer case, it comes in a really big cardboard box? Can you imagine if you just built the computer in the cardboard box? Just use the cardboard box instead of the actual metal frame. Just build a computer case out of a cardboard box. You don't think that AH200 has slots for the fans? Hold on, what is this case? You said thermal take AH200? Is this a micro chassis? It says it's a micro chassis. What is this thing? This looks like the mask of like Predator versus Alien. Is this one the right thing? This is it? This is it. The T200 micro chassis. I mean, it's still gonna need fans. Why would this not need fans? It literally shows a fan as the pilot. This looks like it's like the SWAT Cat's Turbo Cat or something. Like, what is this thing? Why can't the website scroll down? Like, I can't get a full picture of it? Mad Cat's mouse type thing? Yeah, oh wait, here's some pictures of it. This looks like a helicopter or something. Or it looks like the mask of a Beetleborg or something. I don't know what this is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, yeah, it's definitely not ATX. It only has 5 things. So it's definitely a micro ATX. To be ATX certified, it has to have 7 of these things on the back, and it only has 5 of them. And to be a full tower, it has to have 8 of these. So this is the micro chassis. I think it still needs fans. Doesn't seem open enough to me. I guess, okay, because this is like this. No, it would still need fans. I mean, it literally shows fans on the front. I don't know how good their airflow actually is, because there's all this plastic and metal blocking the airflow. Looks like the front of a racing truck. I would still put fans in it. Why does their website... Is it because I haven't zoomed in too much? Like, why does their website work like this? How come they can't scroll down on the website? I gotta, like, zoom way out to see the advertisement? This is weird. I don't know why the website works that way. Wait, go back again. Racing green. See, that looks like Master Chief from Halo. That looks like something out of Halo 3 or Halo 2. Just saying. That looks like something from Master Chief. Like, why does the pictures do this, man? The website is weird. It doesn't work that well, like, in terms of the... Yeah, that looks like Master Chief. You would want fans, though. Yes. So the original question, should you get fans? Yes. You should get fans for it. Mech Warrior. I mean, it looks unique. You know what I was thinking of? I was thinking of that one Cooler Master open air thing. Would I build in this case? No. I don't do mini... I don't do... Someday I'll probably try to do a small form factor, but because I am basically a power user, I need to have a full tower, or at the very least, I have to have a mid-tower case. I can't do small form factor. You can't fit enough drives in there for storage. You can't... Like, there's just too many compromises. Like, how am I gonna run my second graphics card in there? You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't put a second GPU... I can't put an add-in card for capture card, or both. Like, I mean, that's why I don't build them, because I need it to do like all the things that I need. I need either USB 4, Thunderbolt, 2 graphics cards, maybe 3 graphics cards, including the integrated, or 4K capture card. I need all those things. If I can't do that in a small form factor, I'll never build a small form factor. So I'm stuck with like these large motherboards like this, well, this one isn't even showing up, but you know, the godlike, like these big ones. What is all this like Lord of the Rings looking stuff? Ultra performance? Just show me the motherboard. It's got like this. Like, what is this? They're trying to sell a motherboard and this is what it shows on the website? This is the only one missing. X870E Aorus Extreme AI Top. This motherboard looks really good. This one, I saw the Gear Seekers video of this. Man, Gear Seekers did some great B-roll footage of this motherboard. I don't know if he filmed the RGB Wi-Fi 7 antenna though. But yeah, this is such a nice looking motherboard. And unfortunately you can't buy it because it's like, I don't know where it is. Crosshair Hero, this is a very nice motherboard. And then Dash E Strix. Dash E Strix is a motherboard that no one ever really talks about, but this one is actually quite good. The ATX version weighs 60 pounds. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, that just ruined it for me. Because I'm already tired of these 35, 40-pound cases that I have to haul around. You know, no. 60 pound. No. No. That's too heavy. I mean, the motherboards are getting heavier too. If the case is that heavy, then that means... Wait, why am I... Oh, I'm underneath the thing. I'm underneath the thing? What? I didn't realize, like, the browser was covering up me. I was like, where did I go? At least I'm getting stronger by hauling all those cases around. You know what the problem is? Not only are the cases getting heavier, the motherboards are getting heavier. The Tai Chi is extremely heavy. The Godlike is even heavier than the Tai Chi. Like, these EATX boards are so heavy. Even the Hero is not even an EATX and it's super heavy. Because it has that heavy backplate on it. I think it should be out by mid-January, I would imagine. The Aorus Extreme. Yeah, the Aorus Extreme, this thing looks really good. This looks really nice. The Aorus Extreme. The thing that's super overkill on it though, and I don't really understand why Gigabyte did this. It has dual 10 gig LAN. Why does it have to have two 10 gig? Like, who's actually going to need two 10 gig LAN? Why not, like, 10 plus 5? Why 10 plus 10? 10 plus 5 would have been better. Because if you did 5 gig instead of 10 gig on the second one, it means that they could have offered, like, some other thing. They could have used that PCIe lane for something else. You know, that's why I don't agree with the 10 gig LAN. That's why the Godlike was actually a better... Godlike did it correctly. Like, Godlike did 10 plus 5. And that freed up an extra lane to do stuff like put that X4 on there and offer the 5th M.2 and all that stuff. The Aorus Extreme kind of screwed up by putting dual 10 gig because that prevents it from running a 5th M.2 drive. So it's kind of lame in that sense that I don't know what... I don't know who's the user that Gigabyte is targeting that needs dual 10 gig LAN. Like, I really don't know who needs dual 10 gig LAN. Yes, I can understand who can use 10 gig LAN. The question is, who needs dual 10 gig LAN? What's the second 10 gig going to be for? No, see, like, what people are gonna do with the 10 gig, so typically what you'll do is the slower one, so like the 5 gig, that one connects to your router to get to the internet. But the 10 gig one, that one connects to your switch, and that one goes into your home or office network. For a NAS. Yes. So the 10 gig connects to the NAS, or to like some internal network. The 5 gig goes to the internet. obviously, who's getting 10 gig internet speeds, you know, unless you're a small business. So, you're going to be limited by your ISP speed, which is not going to be 10 gig. So, unless you're paying for some sort of like small business enterprise class internet, which is extremely expensive every month. So, and most people are not going to be doing that. So that's why the second 10 gig is kind of pointless. So I don't know, man. Like I kind of think, personally, when I look at Extreme AI Top, and I look at the Godlike in terms of like which one offers a better kit, the Godlike is just straight up better. Like, even though the Aorus AI has the dual 10 gig, like, I don't care about dual 10 gig. I only need one 10 gig. Because the 5 gig goes to the internet. The 10 gig goes to the NAS and the home network. You know, like, why do I need the second 10 gig? The internet's not going to be running at 10 gig. So, it's kind of pointless. So, that's why Godlike versus Extreme AI, Godlike wins. Godlike wins in a lot of ways. I mean, the only thing that the AI Top has that's cool is an RGB Wi-Fi 7 antenna. Because both of them have the 16 slot and the 8 slot. But the difference is the AI Top has a X2, just like the what's that thing? The Nova. It has the X2, just like the Nova. But the Godlike has an X4, just like the Strix-E or the Carbon, which I think is a lot more useful than an X2. When I see X2 at the bottom, when I think, oh, an X2 slot, what can I do with that? I can do a legacy capture card, or a sound card, or a 10 gigabit network card. That's all I can do with that. I can't do like 4K 60. Well, technically I can do a 4K 60 capture off of an X2, but it's, depending on the capture card, it might not run at 60 frames per second. It might run at like 30 to 45 frames per second, just because it doesn't have enough bandwidth. So, I think you can get it to run at 60 on 2 lanes if you run limited RGB, meaning limited color spectrum. If you run the full RGB color space, you're probably gonna dip below 60 on that capture card if it's only on a 2-lane slot. See, these are the sort of technical things that only really a streamer would need to know, like a variety streamer that needs the capture card. The average person, they're not gonna know, like, oh, how many lanes of PCIe do I need to run a 60 4K capture card at 4K 60? You know, like those kind of things. Now we're getting into like the technical details of how these motherboards differ from each other. And the more, what you guys will realize, the more you study these motherboards, the more the price of the motherboards actually makes sense. See, from looking at it from far away, as someone who doesn't know anything about motherboards, it'd be like, well, why would anyone ever spend $700 or $800 on an Extreme AI Top? Like, who wants to spend $700 on this? You know, like, or $1,100 on a Godlike, or even $500 on a Carbon or a Dash E. You know, like, who's gonna spend $500 on this? Like, why? See, without understanding what the motherboard actually enables its user to do with the computer, like, that's why people would ask those type of questions. But that doesn't change the fact that the market prices have gone up over the years, regardless of whether it's justified price hikes or not. You know, that's the reality. But then there's always those unicorn motherboards, you know, like this one. Then there's always this, which kind of defies all logic. I mean, the motherboard's so value supreme that it's literally levitating on its own website. The AI Top, yeah, I figured it would be around 800 bucks. Yeah, so the AI Top is competing with the Crosshair. I don't know if it's going to stay at 800. It'll probably start at 800 and it'll probably drop to 700 after like 6 months or something. But yeah, because this thing, so look, the Hero and the AI top, Gigabyte wants to compete with the Hero. Like this is Gigabyte's answer to the Hero. Like this is like, hey, we're gonna go toe to toe with ASUS, we're gonna one up them, and this is what we built to do it. Well, so the question is it worth $100 more than the Hero? Because the only thing that it offers that the Hero does not offer, well, there's two things that it offers. It offers this bottom third PCIe slot. You don't get a third PCIe slot on the Hero. It only has two. And the other thing, it offers dual 10 gig LAN. You don't get any 10 gig LAN on the Hero. This thing is $700, no 10 gig. No 10 gig on a $700 motherboard is a huge deal breaker for a lot of people. There are a lot of people out there that are like, if it doesn't have 10 gig LAN and it costs more than 500 bucks, it is a no-go. It is a deal breaker. So Gigabyte is banking on those type of people that refuse to spend $700 on a Hero because it doesn't have a 10 gig LAN. So they're like, hey, you want 10 gig LAN? We got you. We got 10. Not only do we got 10 gig LAN, we got two. We got dual 10 gig LAN. We got lots of 10 gig LAN. Look at ASUS over there. ASUS doesn't have any 10 gig LAN. We got two 10 gig LAN. We got double the amount of 10 gig LAN. So that's why they're going for that sort of buyer. They're going for like the power user that has a home NAS and they have like, I don't know, 2.5 gig internet speeds or whatever, and they're trying to max it out. That is who they are targeting with this motherboard. They're going for like, when I look at this motherboard, the first thing I think of is this motherboard is for like the big Twitch streamer channels. They're going for the big Twitch streamers, like the big name, popular Twitch streamers, the ones that have like you know, several thousand subscribers on Twitch and maybe hundreds of thousands of followers on Twitch. That is who Gigabyte is targeting. They're going for the influencers. This is literally an influencer motherboard. It's an influencer motherboard. It has all the right styling with the RGB. It has the sort of stuff that a streamer would need to plug in capture cards. You know, that's kind of what they're going for. It has the 10 gig LAN. If the streamer has like an account manager or a partner channel or someone who helps them, like a video editor or whatever, they need to transfer the footage to a NAS server. They have the 10 gig to do that very, very fast. So this is definitely what I consider a hardcore streamer motherboard. That is who the Extreme AI Top is designed for. So they're going for the influencers so they can get more people to look at the Aorus brand. That's what my impression of the AI Top, that's what I think it's for. A lot of the Gigabyte motherboards, though, are meant for streaming. Like, a lot of them. The Elite, the Pro, the Master, all of them are meant for live streaming. Gigabyte basically looked at what ASRock did with the live mixer, and they copied it. And they created a whole bunch of Aorus motherboards for streamers. So they're targeting the gamer/streamer demographic. ASUS always doing this. Oh, the AI Top also has a dedicated HDMI separate screen for your PC stats. Yes, yeah, they have that too. See, that's what I mean. And that's a good comment on that, Rufus, because the thing with doing that allows for the people who want to style. They want to do like an insane build and have like a monitor, like a mini LCD monitor inside their full tower glass aquarium case. You know, that is the sort of thing. That's what I'm telling you. The Gigabyte Aorus Extreme AI Top is going for that stylistic influencer style. You know, like they're probably gonna send one of these to Linus, have him do like some ultra whatever build, like $5,000 PC build, whatever. You know, 50 RTX 5090. You know what? They're probably gonna do like, I don't, well, okay, this is a little bit small for like dual 5090s, but technically you could put two 5090s in here. You would need a full tower case, but you could technically fit two 5090s in the AI top. That is insane. That is insane. This thing can do dual 5090s, and you can run external capture cards off the USB 4. 4K 60 capture cards on the back. That is sick. In fact, you can run external GPUs. You can run two 5090s and two more external graphics cards. This motherboard supports 4 GPUs. You can run 4 graphics cards off of this motherboard. Now, granted, 2 of them are going to be external graphics cards, but that's fine. It's like a laptop, you know? Like, hey, it can run 2 internal 5090s and it can run like 2 external 4080s or something. Do I ever get sponsors from like a... No, I don't. I mean, I wish they would. Like, I wish somebody... I mean, like I said this before, like, if somebody wants to send me a review sample to make content on it, I mean, I'll definitely do that. If I have to send it back, you know, after doing videos, that's fine. That's totally fine. Don't take NZXT. Why? I gotta wait 12 minutes for this? Hopefully it will speed up. What's wrong with NZXT? What did NZXT do? NZXT running scams on pre-builds? Oh, it's just pre-builds though, right? The whole pay for computer monthly payments, what? They were renting pre-builds out and causing a lot of debt. Don't a lot of companies do that though? Like, I know like if you buy a computer from, even if it's like from Best Buy or something, they have like financing options. How is that bad? They rent a pre-build, but they run up your credit cards on used pre-builds? Wait, what? They rent a pre-build, but they run up your credit cards on used pre-builds? Oh. Oh, it's a rent. What? Wait, so So they have like a computer rental thing. So you rent a computer for like 2 years. It's a monthly pre-built program. Then they would say it's defective and charge your card. What? Wait. So if someone's renting the computer and something's not working with the computer, they basically force them to buy the computer? So they charge your credit card for the full amount of the computer then? Is that what it is? Man, why is no one running this? 15 minutes. There's literally no one running this. What if I queue up as a tank? Is it faster? Okay, 25 minutes, even worse. I might have to go in as a DPS then. Guess I can go in as... Wow, all the gear on this is messed up. Hold on, what's the time on DPS? Oh, it's instant, because somebody left. I don't like playing this as DPS, though. Oh, wait, where am I? How far are we? Oh, they're already halfway through. I'm gonna have to roll on. I'm gonna have to greed roll on everything because I missed like most of this dungeon or this raid. Well, they're past the dragon. This is the new 24-man. I think this is week 3 of this. It's a monthly pre-built program. They would say it's defective and charge the card. If you try to return the computer because of any issue, they make it difficult. Is this me?
5 of them. This should be interesting.
Oh, they're on the 3rd boss. Anyone who played Final Fantasy XI, they will recognize a lot of this stuff. This is like super homage to Final Fantasy XI fans. This whole raid. Alright, this is it, the boss fight. Who am I marked with? The red one? Oh boy. No, 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 no. Get away from me. What?
You shall be consumed by the cowardice that binds you.
Do I need to go over to him? Isn't this the safe spot? Oh boy! This is where I gotta do the triple cast. You've been subscribed for a while now. Reviewing the new AMD GPU. Oh, well, most likely I'll be covering it. Oh no. Yeah, most likely we'll be covering AMD next year. Oh dear. Of course I put my ley line down and then I get hit with well, now we probably gotta move again. can't decide between 12 or 16 core CPU. Well, how are you using the CPU though? Like, it depends. It heavily depends on like how you use the computer. Like, do you actually need that much multi-threading performance? Battle Mage cards are apparently slated for this month. I think I'm in a safe spot. I don't know. I'm not gonna move though. I'm afraid. Lots of stuff is happening in this fight. This fight's very Dragon Ball Z. Yeah, this is very Dragon Ball Z. Get behind the wizard. Oh, I need to play Dragon Ball Sparking Zero on stream. That is something I have to play before this year ends. I just realized that. I really need to stream that game. Dragon Ball Z Sparking Zero. That is a game worth playing. Oh no, this is not good. I think, am I safe here? I can't tell where I'm supposed to go. Like, I barely know what I'm supposed to be doing. I think this is correct. Oh boy, there's just so much movement. How are you supposed to do this as a caster? It's like they gave Black Mage like 2 stacks of triple cast for that reason. I feel like I need another one. And somehow I died to that. There weren't enough people in the AoE or something. We didn't have enough healing right there. A bunch of people just straight up died. This is Final Fantasy XIV, Dawn Trail. The latest expansion. This is the only MMO that rivals World of Warcraft. Look, they just leave the DPS. DPS are basically cannon fodder. Like, they never get priority. Tanks and healers always get priority. This is why I don't like playing as a DPS. This is so chaotic. Oh, I should do the... Okay, I can't do the Limit Break yet. I want to do Limit Break 3. Yeah, well, I'm willing to work with reviewers, or not reviewers, with companies that want to send review samples. It's just they need to reach out. I mean, I would gladly make videos on, you know, whatever. Like if for example, if Gigabyte wants to send me an AI top to make videos about the AI top, I'll do it. I'll send them back the motherboard. I don't have a problem doing that. Okay, well, this thing is completely useless for this character. This, do I have this? I already have this.
Let's go and have a look. What? Why only you?
Man, Bakul Jaja is so funny in this. He's like, let's go have a look. What? Why only you? This is it, final boss. Final boss, Shadow Lord. This is it. The final boss. I only had to fight 2 boss fights because I joined in progress. Since the 2 CCDs will run at the same speed, it won't be such an issue. Wait, what? What are we talking about? Yeah, well, a lot of this stuff I do need to hold on to when you think about it. Like, I have to spend the money to buy the CPUs. Because if I'm going to do CPU reviews, I need to go back and, like, test the older CPUs again. So even though I'm not using them actively, like, for example, the 11700K, the 12700K, the 3800X, the 5800X, I have all those CPUs. I don't use them anymore, but I need to hold on to them because, like, how am I going to show somebody who still uses one of those CPUs if a newer CPU is actually worth it? Of course, I put my ley lines down and I gotta move again. I should probably just triple cast constantly because I don't know what is going on here. I can just stand here. I can't even go in my ley lines because the boss just wants to put all this stuff in the ley lines the whole time. That's cool. Just follow the crowd. Just follow the crowd. I don't even know where I'm supposed to stand on that. I have an idea of where I'm supposed to go. Previous gen cache was limiting the speed. Oh, you're referring to the, oh boy. That's gonna hurt. This is currently my gaming computer, by the way. So I am actually streaming on the gaming computer. This isn't supposed to be a streaming computer, but that doesn't mean you can't stream on it. This is not the dedicated stream computer, let's put it that way. This is the alt. This is the, yes, this is the alt stream computer. This is the backup. The 9800X SPD is the backup. The 950X is the primary. Well, I guess I could just stand here. I want to put ley lines down. Oh boy. Okay, I'll be a good corporate citizen and stand with them, even though it caused me to die last time. That's why when I go into these 24-man raids, I prefer to play as the healer because of trust issues. Let's just put it at that. Trust issues with you have like 23 random people that you're having to clear the content with. Yeah, so it's like I would rather be the healer to ensure their survival, as well as my own survival. Wait, did they change Despair to instant cast? I know they buffed Black Mage. They did some stuff in the patch. I never read the release notes, so I don't know exactly what they changed. But it seems like some of the moves are different. This is an instant cast now. Okay, so Despair is instant cast. That's very good. That is a massive buff. Oh boy, here we go. Where are we going, people? Where are we going, people? Oh yes, I made it. This is like the hardest fight in this entire thing. Actually, you know what? I feel like more groups struggle with the third fight. I'll just take this one. Hopefully I'll survive it. Man, there's so many of these. Like, that's insane. I'm playing it with no mana. Why are all the 3 tanks in a row like that? Go, get away from each other. See? Oh, wow. I tell them to spread out, they spread out, and then I get clipped by one of them. You have yet to start the new main series. So you haven't played Dawn Trail at all? Did you finish Endwalker? Wow! The whole Alliance B, the whole group is almost dead. Only the tank and 1 DPS survive. Previous gen cache was limiting the speed. Both CCU on the same speed. Yeah, I don't know exactly what will happen there. The 9950X3D might actually end up being the best CPU overall. Somebody to heal me. No one's healing us. We're going this way. We're going this way, people. There. Oh, wow. There's so much movement in this fight. I think this is correct. I don't know how I YOLO'd that. I just straight up YOLO'd that and guessed right on that last one. I didn't know where the third one was. I wasn't paying attention. So many died. Reborn the monster. Oh, whoops, that's Yu-Gi-Oh. Phoenix down. You only did the 7.2 MSQ. Oh, the ninja's doing the Limit Break 3. I don't know where I'm supposed to run. I just YOLO this. I don't know this fight. What? I'm going the wrong way. Oh, what? Yeah, I'm dead. I wasn't paying attention. I was too busy trying to like figure out which way I was supposed to go on the line AoEs. I didn't know what he was gonna do with the arc. Oh well, we're gonna survive. We got this. He's at 3%. 9800 X3D has less boost still. Yeah, so I think the 9950 X3D will. So the 3D cache one will probably boost to like 5.4 or 5.3. The non 3D will boost to 5.7. So I think that one is probably going to be the best CPU. Because the Vcache one, man, I didn't like my healers. They didn't really. This one was the one that did the limit break, though. So we'll give it to this one. I'm gonna have to... Oh, wait, I'm gonna need on that. And I'm going to need on that. What did I get? Archangel's Coat of Casting? Oh, did I get the chess piece? That's the one that I only rolled like a 2 on and I still won it? How? The other one I rolled a 90... The hat was a 94 and I lost it? Oh well, I got new armor. I got new caster gear. The release is next year. Less boost compared... Oh, yeah, I read that earlier. Your monitor is 120 Hz and some games are being capped at 120 FPS. How do I do it in the BIOS or what? Your monitor is 120 Hz. Some games are going to run only at that speed or at that refresh rate. I need to repair this gear. 4,000 gil, wow. Okay, let's do this thing just because this is still weekly. Is anybody getting a new GPU next year? Or are you guys skipping next generation? Yeah, the VSync stuff, that's nothing to do with the BIOS. BIOS has nothing to do with that. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna take this. That guy has better gear than me, but if he's not gonna just rush the boss, I'm just gonna do it anyway. I'm already like so far behind the average player in this game now because I don't play it. I just play it casually now. Like, case in point, as a Dark Knight, I currently have like 180,000 HP or something. The Paladin, the other tank, has 207,000 HP. So all I do is I glance at his HP and I'm like, okay, well that guy already has better gear than me. Significantly better gear than me. That's not my favorite time to play this game is when a new expansion is about to come out and when the new expansion comes out. Like, that's my favorite time to play this. I don't play Final Fantasy too much in what I call the off season, which is basically next year. It's the year where there's no expansion. So like the 0.2, the 0.3, the 0.4, I tend to come back to the game in 0.5. And I tend to play a lot of the game up to like the 0.1. And then into 0.1. Like we're in 0.1 right now. 0.2, 0.3, 0.4. I tend to like skip a lot of that. I'll log into the game occasionally and do like the seasonal events or whatever, but I'm not really gonna like do I don't do like I'm not gonna do the new ultimate. I don't have a group to do that. I'm not gonna do that with randoms. I don't do Party Finder for stuff like that. The only thing I do Party Finder is like EX. Oh wait, let me stay here. I almost jebaited my group. I almost jebaited the group. Sometimes people follow the main tank just because they're not paying attention. You're hoping AMD's 8800 XT will be better than the 7900 XTX, or are you just getting 7900 XTX? So the rumor is that it's not going to be better than the XTX. At least in pure gaming performance, it's not going to be better. It will be better at ray tracing, though. So if you care about ray tracing, then it'll probably be a better choice. The rumor says, and I don't know how much the rumors actually matter at this point, but the rumor states that it will be as fast or close to a 7900 XT in terms of its rasterization performance. That's its overall graphics performance, which means it will be as fast as AMD's second strongest GPU currently. But in ray tracing, it will be as good as the RTX 4070 Ti Super. Or is it 4070 Super Ti? I think 4070 Ti Super. Or RTX 4080 in terms of its ray tracing performance. Which basically means it's going to be like the 5700 XT. The same way the 5700 XT was very close to a Radeon 7, but it was a little bit slower than the Radeon 7 when it first came out. Substitute Radeon 7 as 7900 XTX. And then substitute the 8800 XT as 5700 XT. That's where I'm getting that. Okay, split up, people. Split up, people. Oh man, I'm gonna need some shields. They did make the content in this harder for healers. Healers, it's much more challenging now than it was in the previous expansion. Have I watched it? No, I have not, but people were talking about it in the chat earlier. You just missed it. Apparently, NZXT has some kind of rental system, and they were scamming people based off of, like, the computer not working. Oh boy. Can I get some healing? They should basically be repeating 7800 XT versus 6900 XT. I don't think it's going to be that same type of comparison. I think it's going to be more of like Radeon 7 versus 5700 XT. If it's going to be like the situation that you described, they're not going to launch that graphics card unless they discontinue the 7900 XTX. Uh-oh. Alright, this is it. Final phase. Final phase. Those buildings in the background make me think of the ROG. Those buildings look very ROG, don't they? Has any group cleared Eden Ultimate yet? I don't know. All I know, the only one that I've been paying attention to is Mr. Happy's group. I think he was on phase 4 when I last checked this morning. I mean, then you have people like Arthur saying that they're just gonna wait. And then he goes and tries to do it anyway. What happened to the healers? Why'd they die? What? What? How did everybody die? Oh boy. What? Oh no. How did this happen? It's only me and the Paladin. Paladin better start healing. Paladin better start healing. Man, that Paladin, he's the only one left. Get out of the AoE! Oh, he can't use cover. He should have put cover on me and spam clemency. We could have probably, the two of us probably could have cleared that. Both of us, me and the Paladin, probably could have cleared that. He needs to do, what is it, cover? He needs to use cover and like clemency. He spammed clemency on me the whole time. We would have gotten through that. I just needed Blackest Night to come back up. Oh man, that was close. They're like, this is a good warm-up. That wasn't a warm-up. That was supposed to be a clear. Who needs this to be a warm-up? This thing is like, this fight has been a thing since like July. Yeah, he could have hollowed ground, but I don't think he needed to do that yet. He doesn't need to do hollow ground. All he needed to do was cover, and like clemency me, so that because I was the main tank. All he had to do, well, the problem is the stupid AoE. Yeah, I probably should have done, both of us, I should have done Living Dead, but I wasn't gonna do Living Dead until the boss was at 3%. If the boss doesn't get to 3%, there's no point in doing Living Dead, because I'll end up dying. That would have been an epic thing if the two of us like actually cleared that without the rest of the group. The boss just had too much HP. That was the only problem. This is normal. That's why it should have been a clear. No, I'm just doing this for the weekly drop. If this was... No, if this was Savage, it would be completely different. Like, it would be a completely different group. I don't do, like, rando. I don't like to do Party Finder with, for Savage. That's not my style. I would only do that if it's not content, like, not current content. So, like, if I was trying to farm the mounts or whatever from the old expansions. Oh, whoops. Okay, this one's what, the easiest one? 1, 2, this is 4? Oh, that's 3, 4. Okay, so 1, 2 is over there. This is an easy one. We just stand here, 1, 2, then we go. There's a lot of people messing up, though. I feel like there's a lot of new people in this. That's probably why we failed. Also, the Paladin is never using Reprisal. So, I guess I have to do that. Normally I let the OT do that. And I'll do mine if there's like an emergency. AMD's encoder is very good. Yeah, AMD's encoder is very good, guys. We are literally using an AMD GPU right now to stream. This is on a 7900 XTX, and this is the stream quality from a 7900 XTX. It is very good quality. Whoever's saying otherwise has no idea what they're talking about. This is 1440p 60. This is and the game is 4K. The game is actually 4K, but you guys are only seeing 1440 because of YouTube streaming. YouTube compresses it and drops it to 1440 60, but I'm actually playing the game at 4K 60, well, 4K 240 Hz on the OLED. That's why everything looks so small on screen. It's because it's 4K. Everything is so tiny when zoomed out. This is the glory of 4K. This is on 7900 XTX, native 4K resolution. Settings are maxed out. Oh boy, this is an interesting pattern. I don't think I've ever seen her do that one before. What does NVINC have support for? What does it have support for? You're gonna have to be more specific than that. That doesn't mean anything. I've already increased the text scale. If I make it 100%, it'll be even smaller than this. This is at 140%. Was that 1, 2, this is 5. What was it? Oh boy, I didn't get the pattern. Oh boy. Okay. Oh man, we got a healer died again. I don't know, should I use that? Oh boy. Okay, okay. Okay, good. The Paladin used reprisal, so I still have mine for the final phase. NVINC is mainly for Twitch and some transcoding. What does that mean? You can use... what? No? As someone who used to stream on Twitch, that's not how it works. NVINC is not for Twitch. Oh, this is the part with the weird, the AoE thing. I'm going here. Oh no, 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 don't die, don't die. I need these healers to stay alive. Good, the Paladin did reprisal again. Okay, I'm gonna have to move. I'm gonna move to this side. And then we're gonna have to dodge to the right. And then go over here. And then get over here. All of them are pretty much the same if you're not doing real time, though. For Plex server, you can use any of them. There isn't really going to be a difference. If it's not real time transcoding or real time encoding, they all end up being the same, because you would just run them all at the same settings or whatever bitrate you want. If you're not, like, let's put it this way, if you're not live streaming, because you mentioned Plex server, if you're just doing like video encoding and it's like not real time based, so it's like it's for post production, it doesn't matter if you're using NVENC or QuickSync or AMF. They're all going to give you the same result. I mean, you're talking to somebody who has used all three of them. I literally have access to all three of them. So there's really no difference if it's offline stuff. This is it, guys. Those healers have to stay alive. I'm not even sure what killed them last time. Oh, maybe was it the AoE? Oh, it was the second AoE. They were standing in the back. Okay, I'm going to reprisal the boss, and I'm going to actually shield the healers. I'm going to put those two like that. There. Now we're going to survive, because now even if they screw up, they will still, I reduce the damage by 10%. Oh, somebody died. The Viper died. Oh, the Summoner died. Oh man, the Astrologian's struggling. One of them, there's two Astros. I am using the AMD encoder on the 7900 XTX. So this is the AMF, this is HEVC or AV1. So this is the quality from streaming on an AMD system or on an AMD GPU. Man, I kind of want to give this one to the Paladin, because he almost saved us. He could have done clemency spam, though. He could have clemency spammed. Is this still 1 week? Is this weekly? I'll just roll on everything. It's not. Oh, it's uncapped. It's uncapped. Okay, so point one made everything uncapped now for this. So this is easy for people who are returning to the game. People who resub now it's easy to get caught up on like 710 gear. Okay. When you do moves, the move your character does, the hitbox also moves with it. No, the way it works is it's based off of like server pings. So like if I'm standing, say here, if I'm attacking the enemy, and if let's say I'm doing a move like this has a AoE hitbox. If the enemy moves out of it, but I cast this, and the position of the enemy was still like on the spot where the AoE would hit. Even if the enemy moves out of it, they'll still take damage, if that makes sense. So it's based off a same thing with me. Like, if the boss has an AoE, and if the server ping is such that even if I like move off of it, but if I move too late, even though it looks like I'm not standing on it, I could still get hit by that attack. So the only thing in here is the weekly from that. But the good thing about this is like now people can just queue up for this and roll on everything and spam them. Who here uses a TV as a monitor? You're gonna be using a Sony 55-inch as my next PC monitor. How far are you gonna be sitting away from that? I can't imagine using something like that if it's on a desk. The largest physical size I would ever go is 32 inches, which is what I'm using right now. So in front of me is a 32-inch 4K OLED. But yeah, the question earlier about the capture card, like the only time I ever use the capture card, I use the capture card for two things. One, PlayStation 5 Pro. Two is if I'm going to, like for example, when I do a live stream build and I want to show you guys the BIOS so you guys can follow along once I'm in the computer, like once we put the computer together, I use the capture card for that, so I can capture the BIOS screen. I mean, it also is used to make videos, like YouTube videos, where I'm doing something with the BIOS. That's what I use the capture card for. Like, if I'm just gonna be playing games on the computer and streaming on the computer, I don't need a capture card for that. See, I'd rather run triple monitors. I'd rather just do, like, 3 monitors. Path of Exile 2. Every time I stream Final Fantasy 14, there's always a bot that shows up. Oh man, I was just thinking like, man, there hasn't been a bot that has shown up yet. And then I should not have thought about the bot, because now the bot just showed up. I was thinking like, you know what, I just realized I'm streaming Final Fantasy 14. Typically, when I stream this game, at least once, there's a bot that shows up. Good old streams bot. The streams. Yeah, the streams. YouTube's videos. YouTube's recommended me your streams. What's funny is I only recognize like one of those streamers' names. Like, I don't recognize any of the other ones. I'm surprised, like, the OG channels aren't even listed there. That's weird. That's how you can tell it's a bot. That's absolutely how you can tell it's a bot. The TV is on a cart stand. You sit a bit further. Oh, okay. Yeah, the one thing I don't like about the Hero, though, compared to the other motherboards, the Hero's chipset runs really hot. Like, let me see. Let me see what the temperature on the heatsink or the chipset A and chipset B is right now. Okay, so chipset 1. Chipset 1 is currently 75 degrees, and chipset 2 is 73 degrees. That is very hot. Like, the Gigabyte, to put things into perspective, the X670E Aorus Master, the hottest the chipset gets is like 55. And on the Godlike, the hottest the chipset gets is like 49 to 52. It's like around 50. Gigabyte is around like 55, and ASUS is doing like 75. Like, that's really bad. I wish I knew what the safe operating temperatures for the chipset are. I don't actually know if that's a bad thing or not. I assume it's okay. But when I see other motherboards running the chipset so much colder, it just makes the ASUS look bad by comparison. You just bought all your components for your new build today? What are you gonna build? Your PC is hooked up to a surround system? And you switched to 16:9? Oh, you're going AM5? Like, what's a CPU? Oh, somebody was asking earlier what motherboard to get for overclocking. So the motherboards that do overclocking, or, well, when someone says, like, overclocking, I immediately assume they want the E-clock mode. So that would be either the ROG Strix-E, the ROG Crosshair Hero, the Gigabyte Aorus Extreme AI Top, the Gigabyte Aorus Master, the MSI Carbon Wi-Fi, the MSI Godlike, and the ASRock Tai Chi. These are the motherboards that have all the overclocking features. You're on the 32-inch 1080p. You want to go back to 27? For 1080p, can't you find a 24-inch or a 22-inch? Those, I would assume, are even cheaper. Oh, it's the only one you could get that has a DisplayPort. Oh. Really? There's no 22-inch with DisplayPort? You found a deal in the UK on the 7800 X3D? $7,800 X3D is good if you don't care about overclocking. But even 9800 X3D running at stock is still even better. Oh. When I think of 22-inch 1080p, I think of typical TN gaming monitors, or even just like 75 Hz TN panels. Wow. What are some good routers for fiber? Well, you don't really need the router itself doesn't need fiber. Typically, you'd have your ISP router or modem, and then you would run your, if you want like Wi-Fi 7, for example, you would have a separate router that doesn't really need the fiber connection. What's the smallest OLED screen out there? For what, a computer monitor? I think 27-inch 1440p. I don't know of any like 1080. Oh, there's probably 1080 OLED. I don't know if they're 24 inches though. I don't know, but I don't recommend OLED less than 4K because of if you're going to read text on the screen, OLED is not the best for reading text on a screen because of the non-standard pixel arrangement. So only at 4K does OLED look decent for reading words on the screen because the density is so high. That's why.
Would you consider doing an overclock live stream or video on the Godlike with 9800X3D, preferably air-cooled?
With the Godlike specifically? So, I'll tell you, okay, I appreciate the super chat. What I'll tell you is my plan for that is to do overclocking. So, for the Godlike, the plan for the Godlike is to eventually put a 9950 X3D paired up with the Godlike. So once I get that CPU, then you can expect to see content on the Godlike. Now, I guess I technically could do 9800 X3D with the Godlike, but to me, I don't see... To me, it's kind of weird to see a... Like, what's a mid-range game? Well, okay, the 9800 X3D, the market segment for that CPU typically wouldn't be paired up with a, you know, like an $1,100 motherboard. So it's kind of strange to see that pair of hardware. What I was thinking I would do is I would do either the Hero or the Master with the 9800 X3D overclocking. But now that I think about it, I could do overclocking guides. Oh, you're asking for a live stream though, or video. So I plan to do overclocking videos, like guide videos for the 9800 X3D. Now, I wasn't initially thinking of the Godlike for that. It was probably, originally it was going to be the Aorus Master or the ASUS Crosshair Hero, because those motherboards aren't as insanely as expensive. And I feel like if someone's going to buy a 9800 X3D, there's a high probability that the most they'll spend on the motherboard is going to be around $500. And that's where the Aorus Master lines up. The Hero, maybe people will buy the Hero and pair it up with a 9800 X3D. I can see that being a reality. So there is a chance that I'll do that. The Godlike, though, is so expensive. It just feels weird considering the price of a 9800 X3D versus the price of the Godlike. It used to be that the motherboard was significantly cheaper than the CPU. Now the price of motherboards has gotten so out of control in the last 2 generations that it's almost like the motherboard is expected to cost around the same price as the CPU. So if you spend, say, $500 on a CPU, now it's like the general consumer has been conditioned to believe that it is acceptable to spend $500 on a motherboard. So now you're talking about $1,000 total if you're spending $500 on an Aorus Master and then around $500 roughly for a 9800 X3D. So that's about $1,000. That combination is still less money than the Godlike by itself. So that's why I feel like that's a really weird pair of hardware, like combining a 9800 X3D with a Godlike. That doesn't mean that I can't do it though. So I'll definitely consider it. I don't know if... So what I can tell you is 9950 X3D. Definitely yes. I already have plans for next year to do 9950 X3D plus Godlike. So that definitely will happen. Now 9800 X3D plus Godlike, that's kind of iffy because it's You know, like, people, the way I think about it is people are probably gonna be like, well, what's the point of, like, why spend twice as much money on the motherboard compared to the CPU? But I guess there'll be people out there that do it. So maybe I'll think about it. I'll think about it. But right now, I currently use the Godlike as my, like, an editing tech, you know, like, it's the Tech Thursdays computer right now. So if I tear it apart and start swapping CPUs in it, that's gonna resort in, like, more downtime. Because you know what I mean? Like, I'm gonna have to take it out, take the cooler off, swap coolers, thermal paste, this, that. So that's a bunch of extra work. When the original plan was to keep the 16-core, a 16-core paired up with Godlike, and the 8-core would go with, you know, a different motherboard. Sig, you're doing that? You're doing the Godlike plus 9800 X3D? But see, it just feels so weird that this is where we're at now. Where now you spend more money on a motherboard than the CPU. Years ago, the CPU was always way more expensive than the motherboard. So what this tells me is that the companies that make the motherboards, they are reaping the benefits of much higher profit margins now with these motherboards, because they're not having to pay, like, they aren't having to buy the CPU. It's not part of the overall BOM or bill of material. So that is a huge boon to anyone who's in that industry. Because now it's like the CPU's not the most expensive component anymore. See, that's what it seems like. But you have a lot of these old school people that build computers. They've been building computers for a long, long time. And when they think of buying a motherboard, you know, they're like, I'm not going to spend more than 150 bucks on a motherboard. This is ridiculous. But see, that's a very old school mentality. And that's really just, that's not the correct opinion to have, or that's not the correct way to look at things now. Like, it's like, oh, motherboards should not be more than $150 for, like, a high-end motherboard. Now, you can't even really get a good motherboard for $150, brand new, with basic things that it used to come with, like a postcode debug, for example. Can the 9800 X3D handle Limsa Lominsa? Yes. Do you think they marked up because less people wanted to make the jump to AM5 due to costs? Wait, what? No, the price of motherboards started going up like 6 years ago. 5-6 years ago. I remember when the Crosshair Hero was a $240 motherboard back in 2017. Crosshair Hero was the flagship motherboard, and it was $240, and you got everything. You got postcode debug, you got the best memory traces, you got the best BIOS, you got the external clock generator, you got E-clock, overclock, you got every single thing that you get on an overclocker motherboard. You got that for $240 back in 2017. Then, fast forward 2 years later, 2019, the Crosshair 8 Hero was $379. It went from $240 to $370 or $380, somewhere around there, $375. So that's a massive jump. That was the first big spike in price. And back then, the excuse was, oh, well, PCIe Gen 4 is expensive. So, because that was the first motherboard, that was the X570 was the first generation of motherboards to provide PCIe Gen 4. So that was the justification. Oh, PCIe Gen 4, it's expensive, so everything's more expensive. And then you started seeing very, very expensive motherboards like the the Aorus Extreme, the X570 Aorus Extreme. I think it was like $600. I can't remember exactly anymore. But that was an insane price for a motherboard back in those days. Then you get to 2022. So you go like 3 years later, or no, 2021. You go 2021. So okay, 2 years after that. So 2 years after that, DDR5 and PCI Gen 5 launch with Intel's 12th gen Alder Lake. And then again, there was another massive bump in the price of motherboards. I think the Hero was around like $500 or something. It went up to like $550, $500, somewhere around there. Or $600. It started going way up, and they're like, oh, well, this time around, the excuse is PCI Gen 5 and DDR5. So if you want to save money, you buy a DDR4 motherboard. The DDR4 motherboard, you could reuse your old RAM, and those motherboards were cheaper. But you basically got stuck buying a motherboard that didn't have things like a postcode debug. You know, it just felt like a second-class citizen product. If you bought a DDR4 motherboard to pair up with a 12th gen Intel, you felt like a second-class citizen because there was no good like flagship premium overclocker boards for 12th gen unless you were buying a DDR5 motherboard. Oh, but by the way, if you wanted to buy DDR5 back in November of 2021, so literally 3 years ago, you had to spend $500 for like 32 gigabytes of DDR5 that runs at 5600. It was terrible. Actually, I take that back. If you wanted 64 gigabytes of DDR5, let's see, what's the price tag on this? What's the price tag on this? Oh, check this out, guys. G-Skill Ripjaws for Alder Lake. You know what the price tag on this is? How about $799? Yeah, $800. $800 in 2021 for 64 gigabytes. This is a 2x32 that only runs on an XMP of 5600. 5600, cast latency 30, 36, 36, 89, 1.25 volts. $800 on 64 gigs of RAM DDR5 back at the launch of 12th gen Intel. So this is the reason why things got stupidly expensive around like 12th gen. So going back to what I was saying earlier, the prices started going up with the launch of Zen 2. Ryzen 3000 brought PCI Gen 4 to the mainstream market. That had a massive uptick in the price of motherboards. Then Intel brought Gen 5 and DDR5 with Alder Lake, and we're talking like $800 for 64 gigs of RAM. See what I'm saying? So okay, if you wanted 32 gigabytes, you cut this in half. So that's like $400. $400 for 32 gigs of RAM at like JEDEC 5200. You see what I'm saying? So that's what you call early adopter tax. That is an early adopter tax at its finest. So you get 2 years ago, AM4 launched. So AMD launched the Zen 4. Did I say AM4? Yeah, AM5. AM5 launched 2 years ago with the Zen 4 architecture. And I remember everyone was complaining how the Hero was $650 and the Aorus Master was $500. All the motherboards that everybody wanted to get, like the Ace, the Hero, the Master, the Taichi, they were all $500 to $700. And everyone was complaining about like, oh, the price of motherboards is so expensive. And the reason why AMD took the brunt of that criticism is because AMD was DDR5 exclusive. With Intel's Alder Lake the year previously, back in 2021, at least Intel made a really good decision to maintain backwards compatibility with DDR4. So Alder Lake could work in a DDR4 motherboard and a DDR5 motherboard. So that helped Intel dramatically because no one wanted to pay $400 for 32 gigs of RAM or $800 for 64 gigs of RAM. Yeah, that's the reality. People wanted to just reuse. Think about it like this. Are you going to spend $800 on RAM, or are you going to reuse your DDR4 from your last build? On the one hand, you have to spend $800. On the other hand, it's free because you reuse your old parts. So most people bought a DDR4 motherboard if they were upgrading to Alder Lake to 12th gen back in 2021. And that is the reason why a lot of people out there on 12th gen are on DDR4. And that's why Intel didn't get criticized as heavily as AMD when AMD launched Zen 4, because AMD was only DDR5. Like, you had no fallback. Like, if you wanted to go with a 7950X or a 7700X or whatever, you had to buy DDR5. Thankfully, in 2022, the price of DDR5 was like half of what it was in 2021. So if you were spending $800 in 2021 for 64 gigs, in 2022, by the end of that year, you were spending like $350 to $400. So it's significantly less. It literally was cut in half. And then the year after that, which was last year, was 14th gen, and the 7800X 3D, it was even cheaper by that time. So the price of hardware technically hasn't really... So the good news is that actually hardware prices are down from where they were 2 years ago. DDR5 is significantly cheaper now than it was 2 years ago. It's even cheaper than it was a year ago. CPUs are not anymore... Realistically, CPUs haven't gone up in price for the last 3 or 4 years. They basically maintained their typical sale prices. The thing that has gotten more expensive is SSDs. Flash storage, NAND storage, is more expensive than it was last year. So that is something to be aware of. So if you're looking for an SSD and you're trying to find a good deal, most likely the deals you find this holiday season are not going to be anywhere near as good as the deals last year. Yeah, 9800X 3D is definitely a good upgrade for anyone on AM4. Even people on a 5800X 3D will benefit from going to a 9800X 3D. See, back when it was 7800X 3D, there were a lot of people that decided to just wait it out because the jump from 5800X 3D to 7800X 3D, yes, there was a noticeable jump, but people didn't want to justify having to buy DDR5, a new motherboard, and the new CPU. Now, with 9800X3, the performance uplift is so much better that now it's more enticing. And on top of that, DDR5 is even cheaper than it was last year. So yeah, there's a lot of reasons why now is a good time to upgrade if you're still on AM4. Yeah, I mean, last year, around this time last year, I remember buying a 4 terabyte Crucial P3 Plus from Best Buy for $160. We're talking $160 for a Gen 4 4 terabyte M.2. Brand new. In fact, I ended up buying like 2 of them because that was such a good deal. And one of them is in Threadripper, and I forget where the other one is. I think the other one... Is the other one in this computer? Where is my other 4 terabyte? Oh, it's in this computer. Yeah, it's in this one. Oh, I completely lost track of where it was. Yeah, so I have two 4 terabyte Crucial P3 Pluses. I paid $160 for each of them. Think about that. $160 for a 4 terabyte SSD. That was a year ago. Now, the same deal, the best that I've seen is like $212 for the exact same SSD. So this year, holiday season, it's like, what, $52 more expensive than it was a year ago. What is a good motherboard to pair with that? The Nova is good. Any of the ones that I talked about, did you watch the video? Like, basically all the ones in the tier list are good. Like, all of them. Even the Gigabyte. The Aorus Master is good. Unless you don't like lane sharing. If you don't want lane sharing, there's only a few choices. Are you okay with lane sharing? Okay, let's list the... Here, I guess we are going to do paint, and then I'll end the stream. That's blinding. Okay. Why is it so big? What happened here? Why are all my windows, like, not correct on this computer for some reason? Okay. Wow. You can tell I don't use this computer for live streaming. Motherboards for 9800X3D with no GPU lane sharing. So this is it, and I think the chat probably knows most of these. Number 1, ASRock X. I'll give you guys one, and you guys have to come up with the rest of them. ASRock X870E Nova. I'll give you that one. That was like the example. Okay, so you guys, the chat will list the rest of the GPUs that do not have GPU lane sharing. So, okay, Tomahawk. So MSI, MAG, X870 Tomahawk. But remember, this is a single chipset. That's not a dual chipset, but it's a single one. Godlike, MSI, MAG, X870E, Godlike. Someone mentioned Tai Chi. ASRock, X870E, Tai Chi. The whole ASRock X870E series, yep, that's correct. That's correct. ASRock X870E, Tai Chi Lite. Well, the Nova was the other one. Okay, so that covers ASRock. Tai Chi's going, or it's Extreme. Yeah, there, okay. I was waiting for someone to mention that one. Gigabyte X870E Aorus AI Top. X670E is, well, I mean, yeah, but those aren't new. I mean, yeah, you can still buy them new, yeah. All of X670, well, okay, I gotta think about that. Yes, all of X670E. All X670E motherboards. All of them. None of them have lane sharing. Well, am I 100% sure on that statement? I think that's a correct statement. I'm pretty sure that's a correct statement. All X670E. So if you're okay buying an older motherboard and doing a BIOS update, using BIOS flashback, this could be an option. And also, the reality is, these are actually on pretty good deals right now. Most of the actual Black Friday sales are on X670E. There's none of these are on sale, as far as I know. I mean, some of these might be on sale for like $20 or $10 or something. But these are going to be where you're going to find like $50 off, $40 off, $50 off, etc. You're going to find the really good deals on the last generation motherboards. MSI Carbon has lane sharing. Dash E has lane. Wait, oh, 670E does not. So this is, how many is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 motherboards. 6 motherboards. 6 motherboards. And let's put the price of them. $349. $299. $1099. $399. No. No. This is $449. This one's $399. This one is supposedly $799, but I think it's gonna be somewhere between $699, $799. I don't know the actual. B&H has this motherboard listed, by the way. And I didn't even write the full name. Extreme AI top. And this is the one with an X, not an E. And then these range from, I think the lowest you'll find is probably like $269 to like $699 or something. Or actually no, if you get the Godlike, the old Godlike I think is like, well, I'll just leave it at that. So those are the range. This is the price range for these. So those are the choices. So basically what you have to do is you have to determine, like, okay, if you absolutely don't want GPU lane sharing, these are the choices. And you have to choose which one you want to pay. Like, what's your price target? Like, are you targeting no more than $400? Well, then you have two options. You have the Tai Chi Lite and you have the ASRock Nova. And you also have the MSI Mag Tomahawk, but this is not a dual chipset, though. Actually, aren't there X870s that don't have lane sharing? Aren't there more than just Tomahawk that doesn't do lane sharing? I feel like I have to go watch my own video. Riptide? Yeah, okay. I thought there was more. Doesn't Riptide doesn't have? Oh man, I gotta go watch my own video. I don't even remember anymore. The problem is there's just too many motherboards to keep track of. I feel like all the ASRock ones were good. Weren't all the ASRock ones, like, no lane sharing? M.2 one will run at this. Okay. Yeah, I think the ASRock ones don't have lane sharing. There is another one I'm forgetting from ASRock. Riptide Steel Legend and Pro RS. I think those. They don't have more than 3 M.2. Yeah, but they don't have any lane sharing though. Yeah, these are all, what about MSI's other ones, like their X870? I thought MSI's Pro series also didn't have lane sharing. Yeah, the MSI doesn't have lane sharing. I think so. Yeah, they don't have. Wait, hold on. One. M2. Yeah, the MSI Pro. So MSI X870. What is it called? Pro. X870-P? Such a weird name. Well, whatever. That one. This one. ProArt has lane sharing. Or, yeah, I'm pretty sure it does. I think all the ASUS ones do. Like, all the ASUS ones do. I'm pretty sure all the ASUS ones do. Let me see. Yeah. The ProArt's got a lot of lane sharing. Carbon has lane sharing. So these are actually good prices too. Like these are like what, what is the price of this? Like $219 or something? Like these are actually lower priced. $249. Somewhere around, these are like sub 300. So this is less than 300. Less than $299. For all of these. All of these are less than $300. Less than $299. So, yeah. So basically the more entry level boards, they don't have lane sharing and they're also cheaper. You're looking at getting the Dash E. Finally, somebody mentioning the Dash E. I've been wanting to talk about the Dash E for so long, but nobody ever wanted to talk about it. All ASUS boards have lane sharing? Yeah, that is one problem. It does. Dash E does have lane sharing, yeah. Dash E, man. Dash E. I feel like the Dash E is often overlooked. Dash E is so often overlooked. And it's unfortunate because it's the Dash E. Dash I doesn't have enough things to even bother with lane share. Dash I? Are you serious? The Dash I? The Dash I! Yeah. I think the Dash I doesn't have lane sharing. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. The Dash I doesn't have lane sharing. Yeah. Well, that doesn't really help the fact that it's not really going to be able to fulfill a lot of other goals that someone might have for their computer. That doesn't have lane sharing. Yeah, if you're okay with buying half a motherboard. Oh man, ASUS. ASUS's product stack is so entertaining. Oh man, it's like a comedy over here with ASUS. I found one, guys. I found one. Hey, I found it. Yeah, no lane sharing. No lane sharing. You get half a motherboard, but it has no lane sharing. There's nothing to share the lanes with. This one doesn't have lane sharing, guys. I think I found a good one. Hold on, what I want to see, okay. Hey, not only did it give you half a motherboard, it gave you half of a backplate. Oh, no, I take that back. It gave you 1/4 of a backplate. 1/4 of a backplate. Because the full ATX would have, like, you know, more PCB than this. So this is like half a backplate. Why is it only half, though, on this small thing? They could have easily, like, covered the other half of it. Like, what? Talk about cheaping out, man. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. You get 7 Type A USB. Only 4 of them are 10 gig though. 2.5 gig. Why is it 2.5 gig LAN? They could have easily put 5 gig LAN on this. It's like everything is cut in half. Half of 5 gig, so you get 2.5 gig. Half of a motherboard, half of a backplate, half the number of USB-C ports. At least you get your 240 gig. This is hilarious. This is the half motherboard. But seriously though, like if you're really wanting to do a small form factor, this is probably a decent one for a small form factor. I really just wish that there was 2 things on here. I wish that, I don't care that it's missing half of a backplate. I can live with that. I really would have liked for them to put an M.2 on the back though. Like that's a missed opportunity. The other thing too is, this is an overclocker's motherboard, yet somehow it does not have a postcode debug. Why would you make an overclocker motherboard and not have a postcode debug? Like, that's weird. The debug is something that overclockers value. Like, really? Do you know anything about the colorful GeForce? I don't know anything about it. Yeah, I don't have any experience with the colorful brand. I don't think it's half price. You like how MSI new BIOS looks, but ASRock has the pure hardware? Yeah, ASRock, out of all 4 of them, ASRock definitely gives you the most value. Like, if you're someone who is looking for absolute value for money, you're trying to maximize the amount of product you get for the amount of money you're spending, ASRock is the best. It does have this little daughter board here that extends the connectivity. You get 2 SATA ports on there, and then this looks like this is the front panel, and these are for USB 2.0. So you get front panel and USB 2.0. There's 2 of them, 2 SATA, and the front panel connector. And this is, oh, those are the chips, I guess. This looks like an actual connector though. Oh wait, what is this? This is like a, yeah, I don't know what that is. That's cool. Is that removable? Oh, it also does come with this thing. Yeah, it has this thing here. So this is all the stuff that it comes with. Yeah, honestly, for like a small form factor, someday in the future, I might try doing like a small form factor build. Yeah, but it comes with a lot of like interesting little things here in the box. Wait, what? Not the right moment to buy a GPU. Well, what if they don't have a GPU at all? You know what I'm saying? Like, what if the GPU literally died and they have to replace the GPU? Yeah, but what people are saying is now is not the time to buy a GPU, in the sense that we are coming up on a new generation of graphics cards that are inbound soon. So that is the reason why, instead of buying a graphics card, right now you should look at upgrading everything else except the graphics card, and then do the graphics card update next year. Unless you don't care about the next generation of graphics cards and you're okay buying the last generation, knowing that that in a few months it will not be the greatest thing on the planet anymore. If you're okay with that reality, are you willing to accept that, the high possibility of buyer's remorse, then yeah, then go ahead and get a 4090. I mean, I don't know what else to say. Like, it's like, think of it like this. Somebody who wants to buy a 4090 now, it's like the person who buys... So, think of it like if you're buying a car. If you're buying a car, and then the brand new next generation of that car comes out for the following model year. You know what I'm saying? Like, think of it like if you wanted to buy a 2024 edition of whatever the car is. But then the 2025 edition is like a whole new design. The interior is redone. It looks so modern. It looks so good. It's like, are you okay buying the last gen model when the brand new model is about to come out? It's the same sort of vibe. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, if you're okay owning last gen products, buying last gen at the very end of that gen, if you're okay doing that, then yeah, then go ahead and get a 4090. Yeah, but doing that, like, if not satisfied, traded, blah, blah, blah. I mean, there's still, like, loss in money that way. I was going to buy, especially once the next gen comes out. Once the next gen comes out, those, like, 4090s are going to go down in value. Just saying. When the 5090 comes out, the 4090 price will come down, so it's still worth waiting. Yeah, I know. Well, it will go down, but it won't go down a lot. It'll go down probably like $100, $200 at most. It's not gonna go down that much. You know why? It's because there's too many, like, AI people. There's too much AI people that are buying it up for those purposes. That's why. But, I mean, that does mean that it will retain resale value. But if you keep it for, like, a whole year... A year from now, it's not... Yeah, a year from now, it will be significantly lower in price. Think about the 3090. What is the value of a 3090 right now? You know what I'm saying? 3090 is not worth that much anymore. 3090 would not be worth more than, like, $400, $450, I would assume. Maybe, like, used... Like, for me, I would consider... I'm thinking to myself, like, how much money... If somebody wanted to sell me... Or if I wanted to buy a 3090... How much would I spend for a 3090? I wouldn't spend more than around 400. 400 is, like, the most. At most. Otherwise, it'd be less than 400 for a 3090. See what I'm saying? So think about that for a second. The original price of the 3090 was $1,500. And now it's only worth like 400 bucks. You see them selling for 300? Oh, okay, so they're even lower than what I thought. Yeah, see? So they've lost even more value. So, okay. Yeah. 300 bucks, 350 bucks for 3090. A card that used to cost $1,500. Think about that. So the 4090 will retain, like, the original sale price of a 4090 will go down in history as $1,600. $1,600, brand new RTX 4090. That is the MSRP of the RTX 4090. So a year from now, that will probably be $800 used or lower. So, and every additional year you add on to that, it will keep cutting the price in half. So the 4090, buying a 4090 now, if you're going to keep it for like 2 years, is not a good investment. Especially now. The only people who got the value out of the 4090 were the people who bought one literally 2 years ago, and they've already enjoyed using it for over 2 years now. People who buy a 4090 now are going to have buyer's remorse, because the value of the product is going to go down. See, the people who buy 4090 when it's relevant, meaning 2 years ago or last year, or maybe at the latest, the first half of this year, those people are going to get ROI. But the people who are buying it now or next year or a few months from now, they're not going to get ROI on that because it's going to depreciate so fast. Look at the 3090. Look at the 3090 Ti. The launch people got it the best. Well, I mean, yeah, that's typically how it is. Or anybody who bought it within the first year that it was new. You paid launch or launch for the 3080. What is the model number of the one that is replacing the 4090? The 5090. Well, we don't actually know what it'll be called. We're assuming that it's called 5090. I mean, it might be called Titan, but I think it'll be called 5090. It depends on how NVIDIA wants to position it as a product. They could position it as a higher tier product and sell it for significantly more money. So that's the thing. Like the so like if we do this here, RTX 4090. Hold on, let's see here. So RTX Titan 2018, or we'll just say this was $2,499. Then there was RTX 3090. This was from here through here. This was $14.99. Then there was this one. Well, technically, let's add something here, even though it was very short-lived. This was 2022. Well, it was very short-lived, so it was it was very short-lived. This one was 1999. Then we had this one from 2022 to 2024. This one is $15.99. So these are the prices. These are the prices of this tier of product. So the new one will be this one. Supposedly this. We don't know the actual name. But this one will be 2025 to 2027. And this one will probably be priced back at somewhere around here. Somewhere around this price range is the expected range. That is the price. The anticipated price. So 4090 will be graded by its MSRP. So in the used market, people will be judging it off of this price as the new price. So if somebody is spending more than $1,600 on a 4090, they will never get that extra cost. Like if someone's spending, so someone literally just mentioned 2,000, 4090 right now is 2,370. Yeah, that is so much money. That means that extra, what is that? That's $780 more over MSRP. That is $780 that they will never be able to recoup if they buy that right now. Because in the used market, people will be judging it based off of $1,600. They will never take into account the extra whatever ASUS tax or whatever. No one cares about that. If anything has held true, it's the fact that the only NVIDIA GPUs that manage to hold the best resale value are the NVIDIA Founders Edition. These are the only GPUs from NVIDIA or the GeForce brand. These are the ones that hold the highest. They retain the highest resale value out of all of them. It doesn't matter if there's an AIB one that has a water cooler on it. I mean, those actually have even worse resale value. It doesn't matter if it's a big chonky triple fan thing with all this RGB. You know, that's a big turnoff to a lot of people who buy on the used market. So it's really these that are going to maintain the best resale value. And the funny thing is, go look at the eBay prices of a 3090. Go look at the price of a Founders Edition 3090 on eBay, and then go look at like a non-Founders Edition on eBay. You're gonna see a trend. And it's even more true if you go even further back. Go look up the value of an RTX 2080 Ti, RTX 1080 Ti. Go find the Founders Edition of these on eBay, and you'll see that the asking price on the official NVIDIA Founders Edition is much higher than on an AIB version. So just saying. So those are the ones that will retain the highest resale value. And the reason why this is true is because collectors mining sort of, but not so much. It's not super popular anymore. But the point that I'm making is the Founders Editions are the best ones. So if you're buying now, the only one worth buying now is the Founders Edition, because that one sells for $15.99, and it is only available, if you're in America, it's only available from Best Buy. It cannot be purchased anywhere else. Best Buy is the exclusive dealer for the NVIDIA Founders Edition. So it's very hard to get in the US. There's literally only one supplier or one retailer in the entire country that has access to the Founders Edition, and that is Best Buy. Not Micro Center, not Walmart, not Amazon, not Newegg. No, Best Buy. They also usually one of the cheapest options too in first release. Yes, because they have the MSRP value. Correct. So the people who benefit the most on achieving ROI are the people who buy Founders Edition, and because they're literally buying MSRP. And when they want to sell it into the used market, they get the closest to the original asking price. So this is what I recommend. So I personally, like if I am going to attempt to even try to buy the RTX 5090 next year, you can bet that the only one that I'm going to aim for is the NVIDIA Founders Edition. I'm going to pretend that all the AIBs do not even exist. They are completely dead to me. They're invisible to me. I only see the NVIDIA Founders Edition. And you know, it's funny because when I did the unboxing video of the NVIDIA Founders Edition, I got a bunch of comments on that video saying, because I think I made a comment like, this is my favorite one, I personally think it's the best looking one. I got so many comments of people saying like, they agree with me. That they're like, yeah, I think it's the best looking one too. Man, I wish I lived near a Best Buy. Or, man, I wish I could get one of those. It's like, I've been trying to get one of those. I got comments of people trying to get one of those for like so many months. So like there is a market specifically for the Founders Edition, you know, So I personally will only be attempting to buy the Founders Edition and nothing else. So people like me are gonna further funnel that as a positive feedback loop, because we're only gonna like try to spam buy the Nvidia one from Best Buy, and we're gonna completely ignore all the other ones. The Founders Edition is the cheapest one, and it's also, now this is a subjective opinion, but I personally think the Founders Edition is the best looking one. It's the best looking one, and it's also the cheapest one. So, or it's almost always one of the more cheaper ones. Like, if somebody wants to make a blower style one that sounds like a lawnmower or a leaf blower and sell it for, like, you know, the same price, they're typically going to sell it the same price, or maybe like $50 less than this, you know, whatever. But, like, you know, does anybody actually want that one? See what I'm saying? So, they cannot sell it over MSRP. Who's they? Yes, they can. Go look at the price of the Strix. Go look at the price of, like, whatever all the other ones are. Oh, you're talking about the Founders Edition? Yeah, no, the Founders Edition doesn't go over price. It does not go over the MSRP. The Pro Art one was pretty. I don't think so. It has no lights. Yeah, for FE, yeah. So the one that I have, and you guys may have seen it because I featured it before. My 4090 is, yeah, of course, the Nvidia Founders Edition. And I got it last year from Best Buy. So I've already had my 4090 for over a year at this point. Like, way over a year. I got it from Best Buy. So, and the reality is, you know what the sad reality is? You can't buy this one anymore. It's discontinued. Unfortunately, the Founders Edition will never come back in stock at Best Buy because Nvidia discontinued it last month. So it's gone now. You can only get one from the used market. Oh, and guess what? I'm pretty sure if you want to buy one of them used, the seller is going to bank on the fact of everything that I just said, and they're going to try to, like, sell it at a higher price than what an AIB model would go for. So, see what I mean? Like, it's not like I'm making this up. Like, I'm basing all of my statements off of observational fact. Like, I don't just say, oh, the Founders Edition is the best one. No, I'm saying that because there's a lot of objective things that I've observed to be reality. People tend to value it more than the other 4090s. Can I ask you a question? Sure. What do you think of the what? What's an the what? What's AOI? AOI? What's AOI 4090? What is that? You have seen the Founders Editions? The Founders Edition 4090s for 2300 plus? Exactly. See what I mean? Scalpers. Scalpers scalping. That's called scalpers scalping. When you see a 4090 being sold on, like, Amazon or something for $2,300, you know that's a scalper. That is a scalper. Selling it on Amazon Marketplace or eBay. This is the Nova selling out all over again. This has nothing to do with the Nova. This has been going on for 2 years. the whole thing with the 4090 Founders Edition stuff, that's been going on for over 2 years. You see, with i9, I recently lowered my performance core ratio from this to this. No, the right thing to do is to RMA the CPU and get a new one from Intel. I mean, you can do that as a workaround, but like it does what you said it does. It lowers your performance. So do you really feel satisfied knowing that you've reduced your performance so the CPU no longer performs as advertised? The correct thing to do is to get an RMA. I mean, that's the only thing that's going to solve the problem. Like I assume you're basing that off of like either my video that I did. Well, actually, my video did nothing about lowering the ratio, no. So you shouldn't be lowering the ratio. You need to lower the power limit. However, what you probably need to do is you need to RMA. Yes, you have a faulty CPU. If you're crashing in Call of Duty and you're lowering your multiplier below the stock multiplier, then you have a defective CPU. It's that simple. I would have opened an RMA ticket like the first time I ever saw that. The sad thing is next 50s NVIDIA series cards, NVIDIA themselves are going to be the scalpers. No, NVIDIA's just going to set the price. NVIDIA's going to declare the price somewhere in this range, I would imagine. I would be very surprised if the price is less than $2,000 or more than $3,000, because they still understand their market, so that they know they can't really go above $3,000. I guess technically they could. Somebody said they could charge, you know, like $34.99, like $3,500. I think that's too much of a shock. That's too much sticker shock. So I think that it'll probably either be around $2,499 or like, because that's literally in the middle of this range. And this matches the price of the previous RTX Titan from 2018-2020 period. And what I do know is what I can tell you guys. There's some stuff that I can't say about this. What I can say is that NVIDIA wants to go back to this pricing. They've been trying to do this for a long time. In fact, they didn't understand, like, I don't know why or where the idea came to, like, drop the price by a whole $1,000 for the 3090 when they did that back in 2020. No one really understands why the huge drop in price. But you have to understand, like, from NVIDIA's point of view, they have not increased the price. They have lowered the price because it was $2,500. They dropped it to $1,500. Then we can kind of ignore this one. Then they went up by like $100. So $1,500 to $1,600. They went up by like $100. So they want to get back to this price because they want the margins. They need better margins in their consumer products. What a lot of people don't realize is the gamer market has become more of a liability for NVIDIA than an actual, like, revenue generator. Or profit generator, I should say. Yes, they get a lot of revenue from their gaming division, from the GeForce division. However, compared to their business division for, like, the AI, the CUDA house, the server side where they're selling like the big DGPUs, for example, and the accelerators, like those are much more higher profit margin. So they want higher profit margin overall. So that is why they need to get back to this price if they want to maintain their stock price, if that makes sense, for the next 2 years. So I would imagine, I would not be surprised at all if $2,500 becomes the MSRP for the RTX 5090. That to me is a fair price. This is not too much money. This is not too little money, because it falls within a historical price target that they have already achieved. Like, they've already done $2,499 in the past. So there's nothing that says that they can't do that. So expect this. Don't be surprised if you see the 5090 announced for $24.99, because it is totally normal. This will not surprise me at all if this is the reality. Now, what will surprise me if it's less than $19.99 or if it's more than $3,000. So if it's less than $2,000 or more than $3,000, I'll be surprised. I think MSI Supreme Liquid X 5090 will be back. Will be back? Could I speak more on the ASUS Dash E? What do you want to know about the Dash E? With two 5090, NVIDIA can build a... what? An 80... what? If it's less than... yes, it's a problem. Okay. So for the guy asking about the 14900K, your comments sound like you're unaware of what the 14900K actually is. So the 14900K is a 13900K, just FYI. It's the same thing. There's no difference. So 13 and 14 makes no difference. 14900K is literally just 13900K with a disguise. It's like wearing a mask. It's like if the 13900K is Bruce Wayne, then the 14900K is literally just Batman. It's 13900K wearing a suit. That's literally all it is. Or you can look at the other way around. If the 13900K is Batman, the 14900K is Bruce Wayne. They're literally the same thing. They're literally the same thing. And hence the reason why both of them have the problem. Because they're the exact same thing. So there's no avoiding that. It's defective. It just killed. So if you're running into the problem, most likely it happened to you because you're using either a 360 millimeter liquid cooler or you're using like some kind of liquid cooling or something. That's probably why it happened. Because I have the exact same CPU and mine doesn't have the problem, and it's because I'm using an air cooler. And the 285K is Robin. I mean, I was gonna say like 14700K, but because technically that's like a... No. Okay, guys, it's like this. The 14700K is Batgirl, and the 14600K is Robin, and the 285K is Terry McGinnis, Batman Beyond. There, mind blown. See what I did there? Different generation. 285K is the next generation. Hence Batman Beyond. The gap between 5080 and 5090 seems absolutely massive if the rumors are true. Scooby-Doo? What? Wait, what? Yeah, dude. Yeah, right? Scooby-Doo, it was a 1300K all along. Yeah, I like that one. You just made my day with that comment. That's the best comment of the stream. The Scooby-Doo reference was the best comment I've read all night. That was awesome. Scooby-Doo. Oh man, that's such a Pogger comment. Wow. 1400K would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for... Oh man, that's great. That's great. I feel like every time... Oh man, I feel like every time somebody brings up like something to do with an Intel CPU, it literally just turns into a meme moment on these streams. You know, like the last time we had to do something like this was this guy right here. It's like, oh no, go get back down. It's like, yeah. Remember when we had to count the P cores and the E cores during Monster Hunter Wilds open beta test? That was hilarious. Oh man. You guys remember that? No, do you guys remember that? Like, oh, okay, this, you got the, hold on, whatever, that's good enough. Okay, you got these guys right here. So you have a, this is a, 14, no, this is a 13900K. Oh wait, no, scratch that. Hold on, scratch that. It's a 14900K. Yeah, that's what we call this thing. Yeah, so it's a 14900K, and then you have over here you have a 285K, or a 285K, or a 285K. I don't know. I'm too stuck saying 285K now. So these guys are like P-core, 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 whoops, P-core, 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 or, you know, hold on, we're drawing this all wrong. P-core, P-core, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then E-core, 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 E-core. Oh well, you guys get what I'm saying. You can see how it looks. Man, this is, who would have thought paint was this hard to draw in? I should probably just use circles instead of squares. It'll be easier and faster. But look, check it out. This is a 14900K. So we got P and we got E. So you see this? So we got P, 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 E, 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 like that. That is the way that it was designed. It was designed where the P cores were like up here and the E cores were down there. Then there was the 285K. 285K is, here we go. If anyone watched the Monster Hunters live stream with featuring the CPU, the Intel Core Ultra, you know what's about to happen. Here we go. P, P, E, 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 P, 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 E, 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 P, P. Here we go. So when you count the cores, so the reason why this is because if you're looking in the task manager at the 14900K, you have to recognize which cores are the P cores and which cores are the E cores. Now with the 14900K, it's P P P P P P P P E E E E E E E E E E E E E E E. But then you have hyperthreading. So technically, you have what I call the Saiyan Saga Dragon Ball Z split form technique. So the P cores have the ability to do split form technique and basically split up. So they have like virtual versions. They have like shadow versions of themselves. So you get the shadow after image effect. The P cores on the 14900K have that technique. So they have it's called the split form technique, but the technical name is called hyperthreading. So it has 8 physical P cores, but then they do their little split form technique, so they have an after image version of them, so you basically get double the thread count on these P cores. So you have 8 plus 8 more virtual threads, so you have 16 threads off of just the P cores. Then you have all these 16 E cores down here. So you actually end up with 32 threads. Now, the 285K does not have split form technique. The P cores actually, for some reason, went back into the prequel and forgot that they used to be able to know the hyperthreading, so they lost the technique of hyperthreading. So they can't do hyperthreading anymore. So literally, it is what it is. Every P core is only going to do 1 thread, just like an E core. So a 285K is a 8 P core plus 16 E core, but it only has the 24 threads. There's literally no shadow jutsu here. This guy doesn't know how to do the shadow jutsu. Like, what? I don't know what that is. So he can't do it. So he only has, you know, the standard thread count. But if you're in Task Manager, you have to recognize that Task Manager will show you the cores based off of their physical numbers. So meaning, in Task Manager, so let's just bring up Task Manager for a second here. Oh, well, obviously we don't have the Intel CPU, so that's not going to help. Hold on, where is Task Manager? Here it is. So, okay, well, this is really not the right CPU for the job. This is a AMD CPU. Awkward moment where it's an AMD CPU trying to fill in as an Intel CPU. When you can see here that this is 16 threads because it has 8 physical cores. So, this is basically it's P core plus its split form. Because all of the AMD cores have the same ability that the P cores have of the split form technique. So all the AMD cores can do split form. So which means if there's 8 of them, then it's like there's 16 of them total. 16 threads. Just like the P cores on the 14900K. So it's basically like that. But the reason why I'm telling you guys this is because if you have a 285K or one of the others, the way you count the cores is actually different in the Task Manager. So it'll be something like PPEEEEPPEEEEEEEEEPP, like that. That way you know how it's working. Hey, Saiyan just subscribed. Thanks for the sub. But yeah, that is how it works. So when I hear all these comments about, oh, my 14900K is dying or something's wrong with it, and they watched my video about like how to fix the problem or how to mitigate the problem, I should say. They're like, oh, well, what should I do? Well, the reality is you have to change your CPU, and that's the cold reality that you have to come to terms with. It's that simple. There's no getting out of it. But yeah, Intel pulled a Pentium 4 for the 14 gen. Core Ultras are probably going the way of the Core Duo. Yeah, you need a new CPU. So your options are you can either buy a new 14900K. Well, okay, no, actually no, I take that back. Why am I telling you to buy a CPU? No. What you need to do is you need to contact Intel and you need to have them RMA the CPU. So you're going to have to ship them your 14900K and you're going to be without a CPU for a while and then they're going to send you a replacement. That is what you need to do. That is the only fix. Aside from like buying a whole new computer, you know, like that's and you know that sounds insane to suggest that, but there's a lot of people that have done that. There's a lot of people that have switched to the 9800X3D or some whatever, you know, like I know one guy that literally downgraded from the 14900K to the 12900K. Which is kind of sad, but yeah, they were like, well, I don't want to buy a new motherboard. I don't want to buy DDR5 because they were on DDR4. And so I'm like, okay, your options are basically RMA the CPU or get a different one. And I don't know what they ended up, they ended up going to a 12900K, which is hilarious because a 12900K is a downgrade in every respect. And it's a 3-year-old CPU. Yeah, you're gonna have to contact Intel and get a replacement. It's that simple. You would get a cheap 12th gen and ship out the 14th. But see, that's why I keep last gen hardware on standby as a spare. Like, even if I didn't have all these other computers to fall back on, like these modern ones, I would still just, like, downgrade to my old computer. Yeah, that RMA might take a couple of weeks. Does it happen in other games? So what's most likely what's happening is in the middle of the CPU. We didn't talk about the middle. But in the middle of these CPUs, there is something called a ring bus. Or it's actually a fabric. Very similar to the fabric on the AMD CPU. Except the AMD one is isolated from the rest of the cores. In here, there is something that has failed. Something in here has died due to too much voltage. Well, I'm drawing on the wrong CPU, because it's not the 285K, it's actually this one. So somewhere here in the middle, there's a problem that has developed. It's actually, think of it like it's cracked inside. It's damaged due to too much voltage. Oh, you're gonna do the 4 sticks? You're gonna do 4 sticks of RAM? Like on the Godlike? Or like in the video with the Oris Master. Yeah, it'll work. So, actually... Hold on, you just brought up a good thing that I wanted to talk about. Because there's like a G-Skill kit that I can't find. G-Skill... 48 gigabyte... Is it this one? No. I'm trying to... There was one that I saw earlier today. This one. Yeah, this is the one. Okay, I found this the other day. Like, earlier today, actually. I was looking at the Black Friday... Oh, I'm sharing the wrong screen. So, look, I found this, guys. Check this out. G-Skill Trident Z5 Neo. 48 gigabyte. So, this is 2x24. For $175. This is a 6400 kit. So, I'm pretty sure 2 of these kits together can do 6,000. Well, okay, I know for a fact that they'll do 6,000. What I'm wondering is, the cool thing about this kit, unlike the 8,000 kit, this one is significantly cheaper. And if you're someone who really wants to run 4 sticks of memory instead of just 2 sticks at a higher speed, you can save a lot of money by buying like 2 of these, like buying this kit twice for a total of 4 sticks of RAM, with a kit that with an Expo kit that runs at 6400. So technically what that means is you can try, this allows you to play the Silicon Lottery and see if your memory controller can handle 6400 in a 1-to-1 ratio. And if it can't, your options are, okay, well, you can drop it to 6200 or 6000. 6000 will definitely work with four of these sticks. And then you can also, you can try, well, if you don't care, you can just do like 2-to-1 ratio at 6400, and that'll work. So, you know, there's different options. But yeah, this one looks pretty good to me. So this is like what I would probably look for if I wanted to run 4 sticks of memory. I would buy 2 of these. This is significantly cheaper than, like the timings on it is CL32 for 6400, which means if you want to run this at 6000, you would type in CL30 instead of CL32, because 64,000 or 6,400 divided by, so the way you do the math to figure out if it's a good memory kit, this is more of like a layman's way, of a non-technical way to eyeball whether or not the memory is good. So I'm going to teach a technique here. Go back here. So let's get rid of these guys. Let's get rid of this stuff. I like my little drawing of these 2 CPUs. But let's just delete them both, I guess. Just whatever, get out of here, boys. We don't need you anymore. Okay, so the way I always look at a DDR memory kit, like for example, if it says this, and it's like CL30, or DDR5 6400, CL32, or DDR5 8000, CL40, for example. So what I do, like all of these, basically what I do is 6000 divided by 30 equals 200. 6400 divided by 32 equals 200. 8000 divided by 40 equals 200. So if the ratio of the DDR speed to the cache latency is 200, whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. How did I delete that and keep the circle? Anyway, if it's 200, that is very good. That is like AAA plus memory right there. That is really, really good. Because it's relatively easy to tune beyond this. Which means you can buy one of these. Why did it do that? Why did it like delete all my stuff like that? Anyway, you can buy these type of kits, and you can still like further tune them if you want to improve like latency metrics and things like that, adjust TREFI, so you can do that stuff later. So that's why these are the sort of kits that I would personally buy, like if it was me choosing a RAM kit. Now there are some other examples here. So what happens if we look at, say, DDR5 6000 CL28 or DDR5 8000 CL38, for example. So you're gonna have to do the math on that one. That would be what, it's gonna be like 214 or something. So for example, here with this first one, 6000 divided by 28 equals 200. We'll just call it 214, and then I think it's gonna be the same for the other one. Let me see, calculator real quick. 2 divided by 38, yeah, oh, it's 210. So this one, 8000 divided by 38 equals 211. So notice that with these, the memory, notice here The number is higher. It's greater than 200. That means that these are even better than these. However, these are harder to get running stable. Meaning these memory kits will require much higher voltages. So these are the sort of memory kits that are going to be doing like 1.43 volts, or at the very least 1.4 volts if they're a very good bin, maybe even 1.45 volts. So that's why I personally don't think it's actually worth it. So personally, for these, I don't care about them. I personally would not buy them because you're going to have to run higher voltages. The RAM's probably going to run hotter. You have to worry more about how you're going to cool them and that sort of thing. So that's why, personally, the gold standard is memory that has a ratio around 200. It's that simple. So these are the ones to spend money on. Not an actual tutorial that's dedicated to overclocking, but I have done videos that show, like the most recent video I did was how to do 4 sticks of DDR5 at 6000. Something like that. But that's only single rank. I have an older video for the dual rank stuff. So anyway, this is a good example, guys, of like what to look for. So that is the reason why, going back to this example, so that one kit that we were just looking at on Newegg, that one falls into this middle category. That one is this guy right here. So what that means is if my CPU cannot handle a 1-to-1 ratio at 6400, I can just back it down to this because it's still gonna be 200. And I can do that at 1.35 volts. So that's the reason why that's kind of a good deal. I mean, when I look at that memory kit, this one seems like a pretty good one. 6400 CL32. That means that it's that 200 number in terms of the performance metric. So that's a decent price too for that. That's 48 gigs for under $200. That is quite good. You can double these up. You can do 4 sticks at the exact same speed, most likely. But yeah, that is pretty good. So, this is a good one. This one looks like a perfect one for anyone who's looking to do like a 9800X 3D build. What an ASUS Strix. ASUS Strix-E. Oh, if it has CL36, that's Samsung. That's some Samsung. That's that Samsung RAM right there. You can try to tune it. It's not gonna like it, but you can try it. It might work. It's probably not even worth bothering though with the Samsung memory. Just run it the way it says it's supposed to run. Yeah, this is pretty good though. 48 gigs. 48 gigs is like the new 32 gigs. These can probably overclock. Are you guaranteed to get the max megahertz for DDR5 with 4 single ranks? For this, most likely yes. So what I can tell you, that's a very good question. Because I don't have the memory, I cannot actually confirm that. But what I can tell you is 4 sticks of this will run at 6000. I already have a video showing that. Now 6400, I don't know. That I don't know. But this will work. 4 sticks of this will work at 6000. That I know will work. 6K will work. Yes. So basically, it goes back to... Hold on, where... Let's go back to Paint. Where's Paint? What'd I do with it? Oh, here it is. So basically... So, for example, that memory kit is like 32, 30, what was it? 39, 39, what was that kidding at? 102, I think. 32, 39, 39. I think the last number was probably 102. I don't see it on here. It doesn't actually say. But the point is, if it doesn't do this with 4 sticks, all you do is you go in and you just do like 30, 38, 38, 96. 1.35 volts. That'll work. Or maybe 1.4. It kind of depends. But it depends on what the memory kit runs at. But yeah, you just set it like this. You just manually set it to this and this speed, and you're off to the races for 4 sticks. There's no, wait, what? There's no 64 gig DIMM. Show me a 64 gig DIMM. Two 64 gig DIMM? Those are, what, RDIMM? Are you asking about Threadripper? You just built the 9800X 3D today, and the existing Intel memory worked with XMP after BIOS update. One of the sockets not detecting my... What if you plug it into another one? No, there are 64 gigabyte DIMMs. Not on UDIMM, though. Only on RDIMM. No, you don't have to, but you could. Meaning you can. So look, if you load XMP, and it or Expo and it does this, but you want to run it at 6,000, if you don't manually change, it's gonna do this. It's gonna do that. And if you do that, well, whoops, put that back. It's gonna do this, I should say. It's gonna do that. And if you do that, then if you don't manually change it, you can leave it alone, that's fine, but it'll be like 6,000 divided by 32. So if you don't change it manually, but you manually set 6,000, but you leave CL32, that means now your performance metric is this. Instead of the 200 performance metric, you're now running at a lower performance metric. See what I'm saying? Can you just set Expo to 6K? No. If you load Expo, it's going to load it to whatever that memory kit came with, which is most likely going to be... If we're talking about the memory kit that I'm talking about, that memory kit is a 6400 Expo kit. So it'll want to load this. That's what it's going to want to load. But you can override that by manually selecting 6,000. So then what it'll do is it'll be like, okay, you want to do this, so we'll load these with this, which means this becomes the performance metric, not 200. See? So, which is fine. This is still a very good performance metric. It'll work though at 6,000. Did you watch the video that I did? The video that I did shows exactly what to do. It gives an example. But I think in the example I used a different cast latency number. But the whole point, like, concept applies. No, it should turn up automatically. Unless you... What is the motherboard? Anyway. G-Skill Trident Z Neo, oh wait, that's a good one. Wait, what kit is that? That's a that's a dual rank. Yeah, never mind, that's a dual rank. So wait, you want to do 128 gigs? 128 gigs is not going to work that easily. It's not plug and play. It'll work, but I mean, you're probably going to have to sell it for a lower speed. Unless you know how to manually tune your motherboard. Because it's different for every motherboard. My settings that work on ASRock and Gigabyte, they don't work on ASUS, for example, for that kind of memory, for like 128 or 192 gigabytes of RAM. I haven't figured out the optimal values for ASUS yet. You can't do that. That's impossible. You can't do 96 at 8000. That won't work. Even if disk management and device manager don't see it, not even in BIOS, not even the BIOS. If the BIOS isn't showing it, then you either have a defective slot or you have a defective drive. So the easiest thing to do, though, simply move that SSD into another slot and see if it shows up. What is the motherboard? This sounds like the problem I have on the Godlike. But there's a specific reason why it's doing that on the Godlike. Anyway, hold on, let me just exit out of this game. Oh wait, no, I can't exit there. I need to go back in. Alright, just now I'll exit. Okay. Okay, what, X870E Crosshair. What slot is it plugged into? The second one? Oh boy. The second one will disable the second slot. The Crosshair. The Crosshair Hero has a socket for the CPU. It has 4 memory slots. It has a PCIe slot for the graphics card. It has a Gen 5 SSD slot up here. It has 2 more Gen 5 SSD slots that are here and here. Then it has a Gen 4 somewhere. I'm trying to remember where it is. I think it's like here, I think, or something. It's like here. Here? Here. So one of them's here. One of them is here. One of them is here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Some combination of, like this. And then there's a second PCIe. So the Crosshair has M2 underscore 1. I'm trying to remember how ASUS numbers them. M2 underscore 2. M2 underscore 3. M2 underscore 4 and M2 underscore 5. And there is a hidden one that we are not going to talk about right now unless someone knows exactly what I'm referring to. But there is actually a 6th hidden one from the obvious. There's a mystery one hidden somewhere on the X870E Crosshair Hero. So where are you plugging in this Western Digital SSD that can't be detected? Which one of the 5 slots? Oh, you said number 4? So it's this one. It should work. Nothing else is sharing that. 5 is on the left and 4 is on the right. Okay, so I messed up the numbering. Okay. So this one's 5. And this one is 4. Okay. That error message is literally just a memory error. So that means that either the CPU is defective or your memory is overclocked too high or the CPU is overclocked too high. Western Digital has had firmware issues. Make sure it's updating. Yeah, that is a good point. You could try that too. But hold on a second. This is a very easy thing to troubleshoot. This is so easy to troubleshoot. So, hold on. You plugged this. You installed the Western Digital here. Or no, you said 4, so it's the very bottom. Okay. So you installed it there. Hold on, let me check. Because I'm literally on the exact same motherboard right now. I'm on the exact same motherboard. What do I have in there? I have... Hold on. This is on the... I am streaming... I just so happen to be streaming on the exact same motherboard. The ROG Crosshair Hero X870E. So, in this one, I have a Micro Center Inland Premium Gen 3 SSD. In the second one, I have nothing. In the third one, I have nothing. Because these have GPU lane sharing. So I don't use them. In the fifth one, or the fourth one, I can't tell. One of them has a Crucial P3 Plus 4 terabyte SSD. And... Oh, wait, no, I take that back. Hold on a second. That was all wrong. I'll give you wrong info. This one is a Gen 5 Crucial T700. This is a Gen 5 SSD. Crucial T700, 2 terabyte. This one is empty. This one is empty. This one is a 4 terabyte Crucial P3 Plus that I bought it for $160 on Black Friday last year. This one is... What is this one? 1, 2, 3. Where is this? Oh, this one is a... this one is my boot drive. This is my boot drive. The micro... This is my C drive. My Windows drive is all the way down here. The Inland Premium 2 terabyte from Micro Center. And then my fourth one is the hidden one. The hidden one. My fourth SSD over here. This one is the Inland QN322. This one is the secret hidden drive that connects via something called SlimSAS. Check out the video on my channel if you want to know more about this. This is how I achieve 1, 2, 3, 4 SSDs on a Crosshair Hero and I avoid GPU lane sharing. So anyway, going back to the problem. So in your scenario, you have a Western Digital plugged in down here. And it doesn't get detected. So what I would suggest you do is simply move it here. Or move it here. And see what happens. Is it detected in those? If it is, you have, unfortunately, a defective slot that is not working. If it's not detected in either of those, then you probably need to find a way to update the firmware in that, which I'm not sure how you would do that unless you had access to another motherboard or an external enclosure or something. Okay, so did someone else already explain that? Oh, you're on this one? Well, the same thing applies. If it's on that one, move it down here or move it up here. Or you can move it up to one of these two and you will cause your graphics card to run at X8. But, you know, you could do that just to test. Okay, so if a single rank 8K... What? Hold on, where are we at on this story about the Western Digital? There's too many people asking other tech-related things. What was the story with this drive? Did it work in the other M.2s, or have you not tested that yet? The easiest thing to do is to plug it into any one of these other SSD slots. And if it's not detected in any of them, then then you either have a defect. Well, okay, if it's not working in any of them, then that means the board's fine. It's not the motherboard. It's something to do with the motherboard's BIOS or the drive's BIOS not working properly for whatever reason. So, but anyway, it's that simple. It's very easy to troubleshoot that one. Okay, so I would go with the X870E Hero if it is the same price in Canada because of the newer board, has newer technology like NitroPath. It also has a backplate. The old one doesn't have a backplate. But yeah. Yeah, I would agree. I would definitely go with X870E Hero over X670E Hero. Although, if you don't... So, the thing is, hold on a second. So, let's close that discussion real quick on X670E Hero versus X870E Hero. X670E Hero. This one... Okay, so let's just break it up like this. So on the left, we have X670E Hero. On the right, we have X870E Hero. X670E Hero, cheaper, no lane sharing. That's basically it. X870E Hero, US. Oh no, that one has USB 4 also. This one has Slim SAS. This one has Wi-Fi 7. It has backplate. The other one doesn't have the old one doesn't have a backplate. So if you care about the aesthetics or whatever, even though you'll probably never even look at it, but it has the backplate. So that's NitroPath. NitroPath for 2 sticks of memory. That runs at high speed. For DDR, for basically 8000 plus DDR5. That's what that's for. Okay, so that's the differences. This one has USB 4. Both of them have USB 4. This one has an older USB 4. This one has a faster... Okay, so I guess it has faster USB 4. But the old one does have USB 4. This one... So basically the difference is this one has ASM 4242 USB 4, whereas the old one has Intel USB 4. Yes, that's right. Intel Thunderbolt on an AMD motherboard. Yes. Oh, you were asking X870E-E. Dash E. Okay, so if you're doing Dash E, if this is the Dash E, then you don't have Slim SAS, you still have Wi-Fi 7, you don't have a backplate, you still have NitroPath, and you still have that. So you basically have 1, 2, 3 advantages over the old Hero. So, I mean, the Dash E still kind of wins, sort of. So I would go Dash E over the old Hero. You're not really getting anything... I mean, they're so similar, like... I would go Dash E. I mean, it depends on the aesthetics. I think the old Hero looks better than the Dash E. But anyway, there, I just kind of summed that up. So, I didn't even think of that one. That's a good one, HDZ. Thanks for mentioning that. I did not think of that. Yeah. Yeah, what he said on the audio. Yeah. So that's another thing. So yeah, definitely I would go Dash E. Dash E or the new Hero. But if the new Hero is too expensive, then get the Dash E. Yeah, all of them have, yeah, okay. So we covered that. Okay, what else? Alright, guys, I think that's pretty much it. So for the guy that's asking about the 1400K about you just have to get an RMA, man. Like, it's that simple. There's no more like troubleshooting stuff. If it's happening and if you downclock the CPU and it's not crashing, then you have a faulty CPU. It's pretty cut and dry. That is pretty obvious at this point. If you run 4 sticks at 6,000, will they be 6,000? I am confused. Yes, they will. If you set them to 6,000. Okay, that is pretty much it. We're coming up on the 4-hour mark. I typically don't want to go over 4 hours. I didn't expect to do 4 hours on this. But this was interesting. What is my heatsink temperature? So my ASUS chipset temperature is down to 70 degrees and 67 degrees. So it did come down after closing out of the game. That's still very hot, though. Idling around 70 Celsius on a chipset. That's the thing I don't like about the Crosshair Hero. The only thing I don't like about the Crosshair Hero is the chipset runs hot compared to my other motherboards. Significantly hotter, like at least 10 degrees hotter than the Gigabyte Aorus Master. And the Godlike runs even colder than the Aorus Master. Alright guys, well if you are not subscribed to the channel and if I answered a question or something, do subscribe to the channel. I mean, that's the least you could do. We do this sort of stuff for everybody all the time. And Tech Thursdays, so check out Tech Thursdays. That's the weekly show that we do, where we do this sort of stuff like on Tech Thursdays. Typically, I don't do this on the weekend, but it's whatever. Like, it doesn't really matter. If people want to do this, if it's interesting discussion, if people are going to get value out of this, then we will do it. What is the chance that it won't work correctly and it's 8,000? It depends on the motherboard. If the motherboard's a high-end motherboard, it'll most likely work. If it's a low-end motherboard, it most likely might not work. I don't really know. I haven't really had a chance to look into the NZXT thing. So I'll have to look into that tomorrow, probably. Alright, guys, it's... Bawei Huang, thanks for the sub. So you guys, if you're not subscribed to the channel, do get subscribed. We do these sort of open forum discussions, and I think it benefits the entire tech PC community. That's why we do these sort of things, so that everybody can listen in and hopefully learn something from this. So that if you run into a problem like this in the future, you are more empowered to solve it on your own. So that's going to be it for this stream. Thank you all for tuning in, and I will see you guys on the next episode of Tech Thursdays. So the start time for that stream, for those of you that are new, I do the live stream starting at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, 8 p.m. Central Time, which would be, what, 6 p.m. Pacific Time? I forget what Alaska's time is and Hawaii's time. I think Hawaii is, like, what, 3 hours behind Pacific Time? Or 4 or something in Alaska, I think is like 2 hours or 1 hour. I forget exactly. But anyway, the start time is 9 p.m. Eastern on Thursdays. So that is, what is that in UTC? I forget. It's like UTC minus, so that would be like, what is that? -4 or, no, standard time, -5, UTC -5, so 9 p.m. So 2,100 hours. But alright guys, that's going to be it for this one. Unfortunately, I can't answer all the questions forever, otherwise we'd be here forever. So, if you do have a question, get subscribed to the channel. You can leave a comment on the video if I didn't get to your question. And then also, you can also just catch the live stream on Thursdays, and we can answer the questions live on Thursdays when there's a much, much larger audience on Thursdays. What you will find if you're tuning in on Thursday, typically, if you ask a question and I don't see the question because there's just way too many comments flying by, just ask it again. The best way to ensure your question gets answered, though, on Tech Thursdays is Super Chat. I will definitely be able to see it that way. If the chat is scrolling way too fast, that's really the only way. Unless the audience is more, like, interested in just talking about the exact same subject. But anyway, that's going to be it for this stream. Do like the video if you got value out of this. And I will see you guys on Thursdays. Until then, take care, and I'll see you then.